ينتصر. حكينا هو اللي حيكون المفتاح. لا صاروا هيرو. وفعلا نابو يا ولد يا نابو يا ولد يا نابو يا ولد يا نابو. لو كان الابداع رجل لشكرته يا نابو.
Hello and welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Arabia Season 2. This, of course, is time for Super Weekend action. My name is DK and with me is the always awesome Professor Tarzan. How are you doing today?
Doing amazing. I mean, I've been away for too long now. When watching on the side since that day one of Super Weekend 1. Man, I'm ready to be back. And we're now at Super Weekend 2. And things have changed up quite a bit since I last casted.
Yeah, there's been quite a few shifts and quite a few changes coming through across the board. I mean, league play was quite exciting to see the teams performing there. Of course, we had 4 new teams coming in that didn't play in the previous week of Super Weekend, so it's going to be exciting to see what everyone will have in store for us. And of course, we are going to be having a quick look at what the format is of the PUBG Mobile Pro League. And as we move on, you can see, of course, we've got the league play, we've got the Super Weekends, and then the finals. So we've already concluded our second week of league play coming across those 2 days. Now moving in to the Super Weekend, in which the top 16 teams of the league play get to go head to head across 5 matches. And from the grand total of this, all teams, of course, get those nice accumulative points building up. The top 16 teams from there move through over in towards the finals. Then, well, of course, will we increase the number of matches from 5 up towards 6? And the top 5 teams actually advance all the way through in towards PMPL EMEA.
Very, very exciting to see like what teams are going to represent us. But of course, let's look at the format a little bit as well. So today we are on the 19th. So as you can see, second row there, all the way to the right. Day 1 of the Super Weekend 2. So we've got 3 days of these. It will be with me and DK. Kind of spoiled it, but you know what? Like, that is no surprise right now. But 1 day break only, DK, until we get to week 3. So that itself is insane. I think it's not enough time sometimes mentally, physically, to get back in shape. But you know what? Like for 4 teams, unfortunately or fortunately, they don't have to, only have that 1 day because they missed this second Super Weekend. And you know what? All these teams actually didn't miss the first one.
Yeah, I mean, this allows the teams really to maintain that focus, having the 1 day break moving up into that third week. They know what they need to do coming off the back of that second week. And I mean, it's going to be a pretty exciting week to see what the teams will look to accomplish within that third week. But for now, we are still in, well, the early stage of our second Super Weekend. In fact, we're getting ready to potentially get closer to our first initial match. And, well, I got to say, though, just looking back at what we had in the last Super Weekend, it has been an absolutely amazing performance coming in from the side there of Galaxy Racer, finishing strong on 4 winner-winner chicken dinners. And, of course, what's more impressive is the amount of points. They've got 227 total points. That is just absolutely insane. And, well, what's nice about the winner-winner chicken dinners is it really awards the players and the teams a decent amount of points, which greatly assists in moving up that leaderboard. So, of course, placing in first place allows them to acquire 15 points. It trickles all the way down to 13th to 16th place, where they get that big fat 0 pointer. And, of course, well, the ever important 1 kill, 1 point. And, man, Tarzan, that we've seen, teams stepping up, getting aggressive. They really have that ability to just make quite a bit of change to where they are positioned on the overall standings.
Absolutely. The Galaxy Racers lead is enormous, right? They're at 227 points, averaging more than 15 points per game. that's insane. Like, imagine having 15 points every game. Like, if we just put some points out, right? For example, that's a third place with 5 kills. I would call that a good game any day. But every single game, they're averaging that amount of points. They are a group of absolute nutters. Should we just put it that way? So the other teams just below them are averaging less than 10 points per game. So we've got Fate Esports in second place, KURD Squad in third. But all that, we will have a bit of a reshuffle, because after these 3 days, they would have played 30 games for a lot of these teams. Unfortunately, for 8 of them would have only played 15, because all the 4 teams that dropped out last week have come back in this week, right? So we want to talk about some of these standings. Maybe we talk about momentum as well as the rest time that they get to have, because we are seeing a little bit of trend here, DK. This week, we don't have NASA, Road to Glory, by Esports and Triple Vibes. And you know what? NASA Esports, they were at 6th place after the Super Weekend, like last week, but they didn't make it this time around. So that is quite insane. Like, I mean, for them to be historically a very strong team and represented the region in EMEA, that is a huge misstep, right? But the other 3 teams, we can also kind of see some signs, like Road to Glory, YaLLa Esports, Triple Vibes. From the first Super Weekend, DK, they were in the bottom 4. So maybe they just felt that shakiness through those 15 games and were unable to shake it off in week 2 league play.
Well, we'll have to see what they bring to the table here. And of course, well, another part that they are playing for is, of course, their share of the prize pool. You know, that is essentially what the teams are playing for. So not only the slots moving into the PMPL EMEA, but also their share of the $150,000 prize pool. So for league play, all the teams get awarded the lovely $2,500. The MVP of the after all the matches, wow, English please, gets awarded $1,000. And then what's so exciting about the Super Weekend is for every winner chicken dinner they are able to bring in, they get awarded an additional $1,000 per chicken. So absolutely fantastic stuff. And of course, the big event that we're waiting for is going to be the finals. The champion not only having a nice one of those seats up in towards the PMPL EMEA, and alongside the title, they get awarded a very nice amount of money in the bank. They're $10,000. It of course trickles all the way down to 16th, where the team then walks away with an additional $1,000. So yeah, I gotta say here, Tarzan, it is looking to be quite exciting. And well, I mean, what better time to see what the teams will have other than in this Super Weekend, the second Super Weekend. And now this is that opportunity for the teams to actually try and close up the gap on that leaderboard. And as you've pointed out, we've got 4 teams joining us in for this Super Weekend. So I'm curious to see just how far up those teams are going to be looking to push it, how much they are going to try and put in to, you know, establish themselves on that leaderboard. But before we get too deep into that, we are going to be moving into a quick ad break, and after which we'll be right back and getting ready for our first match. So stay tuned.
Come on, Mr. DJ.
Like this.
Hello, welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Arabia Season 2. We're getting ready to start off our second Super Weekend, but before we get into any of that, I'm going to remind you with upgrade performance and upgraded fun, celebrate your winning spirit with a brand new Oppo Reno 6 series, the designated smartphones for PUBG Mobile Middle East and Africa esports in 2021. Now, Tarzan, this is going to be quite the exciting super weekend to get into. We've had teams participating last week. We've got a whole mix up coming into this week. And this is now that time for teams to step up to show us what they've got. And as you've pointed out, we've got SUDOR, we've got Ra'ad, we've got Revolution and SCYTES joining us in this super weekend. And it's teams that we've seen around the block a few times. We've seen them in the previous season of PMPL Arabia. We've seen them participate up in towards the PMPL EMEAs. And now back into Season 2, the second super weekend, they now need to show us what they've got and what they are looking to bring to the table.
I think, definitely, first of all, like SUDOR Esports, they were pretty top for our region last season, and they represented us in the EMEA. And now that they've, should I say lose, but two of their players were transferred, to RICO Infinity. Don't know how big of an impact that has on them, but definitely missed that first one, but came back stronger second week. Still not the best team right now. Of course, we've got Galaxy Racer really running the tables right now, but also want to talk about YaLLa Esports. Right, they were the team that had the ability to take a few chicken dinners in Super Weekend. That's where the prize money was as well, and still is for this time's format. But they missed one Super Weekend last season. This time around, they already missed one. So whether they can come in stronger and still be able to come into the finals like last time, we are unsure. But we do expect quite a few things from this team, because nonetheless, they have vast experience, like from their region as well. They represented the country, to say the least, in the World Invitationals, I believe, this year. So we expect nothing less from this team. So it's time for them to bounce back. But we spoke about this earlier, DK. We think SCYTES need to prove a bit more. A lot of those points really come down to those final moments yesterday, and we want them to be a bit more consistent. But on the other hand, Revolution is getting stronger. They had a very decent league play start in week 2, and they continue to hold on to those spots. Maybe a small slip so far, but if there's any, this is time to bounce back even further, because this is where the point counts to see whether they can qualify to those finals.
Well, I can say it does, and it is going to be quite exciting to see what they'll have in store for us. But looking back at what we saw coming in from the second week of league play, I am quite impressed with what SCYTES were able to pull off in their final match. They were sitting all the way, I believe it was in 17th or 18th place coming into the last match. They knew they had to step up their performance if they were looking to make it into the Super Weekend. And they did exactly that. They stepped up, they met the challenge, and they were able to qualify all the way through for the second Super Weekend. But now, this is where the stakes are at their highest for the time being. The teams now have to come in. They know where just exactly what the spread of points is on the leaderboard for the current time, and they got to decide just how far are they going to try and push themselves up, because we know bringing in 227 points in one Super Weekend, it is doable. That, of course, spanning over those 3 days and in 15 matches. But whether it's likely to be able to be replicated by another team, it's going to be quite a bit of a challenge. So this is now that opportunity for the new teams coming into the Super Weekend to actually prove themselves and just show us just how hard they are able to play. But also taking into consideration, if we look at the mentality shifts coming in from league play to Super Weekend to finals, there's quite a considerable difference in between the requirements of those matches. But of course, speaking of matches, we are going to now start getting ready to move into our first match of the day. And it is going to be quite exciting, though, Tarzan. I'm expecting some interesting plays, expecting some players moving into some complex plays here. And of course, starting it off, we are going to be heading up in towards Erangel, followed by Miramar, Erangel once again, Sanhok. And then, of course, coming right back full circle back onto the bread and butter map. Wow. Map there of Erangel. So it's going to be a very decent Erangel sandwich we've got in store. But well, without any further ado, we're going to be jumping straight up into that to see what our first flight path has in store. It is coming in all the way from the southwestern side, making its way across towards that northeastern edge. So a fairly decent flight path to start the day off with here, Tarzan.
Very, very good playing path. I think it's so nice to many of these teams that it's not hard to predict where their enemies are going to be. After all, this is the PUBG Mobile Pro League. All those spreadsheets, all the preparation should be in store. Like, to be fair, if they haven't done it specifically for this season, they should know each other's playstyle for so well and for so long that they should know, like, from the bottom, like, of their hearts. And that is going to be, of course, top fragger so far, Lord and Freak leading the charts for Galaxy Racer. We see them just playing strong still. Like, it doesn't matter whether they're under frag guns like last season or Galaxy Racer, they've got quite a lot to prove. And the first off the plane, we've got RT9 going for a very sub-western split around Primorsk, as well as the western coastline. And Ferripia is actually a good work by Zeko around there just to keep track of K12 triple, because you know what, like, that team is slowly coming stronger and stronger.
Yeah, we've definitely seen a great improvement coming in from them in league play, and now looking at where the zone has gone, it's popped all the way up into the north. So this is definitely going to be resulting in quite an interesting match to start it off. But already over in towards the Georgia Ball region, we've got a few teams looking to potentially start with a bit of a hot drop. YaLLa and Lusail almost side by side there, and also looking up in towards that more Rozhok school kind of region. We can see the players there from sides sharing that area with iKURD triple. And I mean, this is where the pressure is on now, Tarzan. The teams, they need to step up, and already starting the action. SUDOR looking to push up on towards Phobia, getting a very easy knock on towards SUDOR as well. No surprise though. I mean, this is still early phase. The game had literally just begun. And it's sometimes quite healthy for teams to get into these early engagements just to thin the herd ever so slightly.
Very interesting series of events here. It's like, you would think, people like studied the drops and all that, and then try to avoid each other a little bit. But you know what? I think it's good to exert some early dominance, and you can see quite like these early pistol fights, DK. It's just, I don't know, I'm just a little bit weird, especially since the buff of pistols. I want to see more of them, and to be fair, like, when else are we going to see them shine? Like, early game is great, and sometimes we didn't practice that quite enough. But first kill coming through from two teams, right, coming through from the second week who missed the first one. So yes, the side of SUDOR is here to prove a little bit more. We can see Cryptics as well. We talked about them, you know, maybe slowly coming in stronger, got some good plays, but the points don't really reflect that, right? So that is another team to look out for. But, you know, before I pass it back onto you, DK, I want to talk about RICO Infinity team for this phase 1 circle that doesn't really quite complement the playing path, and it going towards the northern side. RICO Infinity, historically, I'd say maybe from season 1, as a Severny team, they have not always won and done well in these northern circles. So I'm really going to wait for them to see whether they can do better in this game.
I can say I have to agree with you on that. It's going to be interesting to see just what RICO Infinity will be bringing in, whether or not they're going to be throwing a little bit of dominance, a little bit of control up in towards the north there. And I mean, now they've been delivered the zone kind of almost on a silver platter. They've also just gone straight into where we know they like to frequent, you know, up in towards the north, heading in towards that kind of shooting range Severny region. And what I like about that position is once you're in Severny, you know that whole northern section, you don't have to worry about it because it's just water. And it's not too often that we really see teams coming in with rotations along that northern edge. But who knows? Maybe that could be changing up coming into this match. But I'm more curious to see what the teams are going to be doing further down towards the south. We have a slight bit of a congested position in towards that southern region. And looking at YaLLa over here in South George, we saw the team from Fate not, you know, dropping not too far away from them. But we have to wait and see what exactly these teams do and where those rotations take them.
Yeah, and you know what? It's not just YaLLa that we're waiting for, because YaLLa came in with averaging 15 points per game in week 1. Week 1 league play, okay? Now it's league play week 2. They are not doing as hot not as hot. It's like not even half as hot, right? Like they got 120 points week 1 and now 51 week 2. And but on the contrary, we've got the team that's on our screen, Falcon Esports. We talk about them so much because they've got one very, very good Super Weekend last season, but then they've been a little bit, worrying ever since, right? Like they made it to first week just by the sliver, like of 1 or 2 points, but then at the bottom of the table, 38 points from 15 games. So this time round to come in League Play Week 2 at second place, 94 points at second place after those 8 matches in the past 2 days. They may set themselves up for a good bounce back, and they need that. They really need that, because when we were talking about 38 points that they got in 15 games, DK, in Super Weekend 1, it's the amount of points that a team like maybe Galaxy Racer can get in 2 games. 2 games.
Maybe even 1.
Arguably, yes. Wouldn't
we've seen some crazy plays. We've seen some crazy plays come in from them.
Yeah.
But of course, another team that we're going to be looking at is SUDOR. We know from the previous season that they have the ability to play well. But so far, this season, it's been pretty tough for them. They had a bit of a tough first week. Now, fortunately for them, things went much better moving into the second week. But of course, we'll have to look and see whether or not it is going to be enough. I mean, they finished up league play over in 10th place with a grand total of 53 points. But, we'll have to wait and see what their mentality is coming into this match. Meanwhile, RICO Infinity, of course, going to be feeling the pressure here as a iKURD triple are going to be looking to push in. But strangely enough, Prestige is completely isolated from the rest of his squad. He's only got one potential teammate here to provide some support, but that is Anas, and Anas is quite some distance away, and he's now also getting targeted. So this is where RICO Infinity needs to be so quick to react. They need to find a way to try and potentially overpower iKURD triple.
Yeah, the side of Prestige is just really buying time. You can see the second that he passed that on, he got 3 players on that car. Fadan will actually be here to support quick enough. Hellman made a crucial mistake. In this type of pinch, you cannot get knocked and finished as well. That is a huge positional error coming through. RICO Infinity needs to look at the other side as well. It will be fate with the long-range third party.
Oh man, that is such a beautiful play coming in. But we also now see the team there from YaLLa looking to move into the direction here as well. SCYTES also, they can hear the shots over on towards that eastern side. But I'm curious to see what YaLLa is going to bring. Are they going to get quite aggressive? We know that they've been able to acquire 116 points in that first Super Weekend, sitting up in 8th place. But are they going to be looking to push even further, get themselves even higher up that leaderboard? Firstly, well... They should hope not to have any grenades like we saw just then coming on through. But now, RICO Infinity, Anas cooking up the grenades, sending it up onto the roof, trying to find that opening on towards Ali. But here we go, Prestige looking to close in. Players here from iKURD triple already taking quite a bit of damage. Ali now just quickly trying to get those meds back on in. But I'm liking this approach. RICO Infinity, good coverage, good approach. Nice show of aggression. The molly's getting sent on through Rowan, getting picked on up crazy, now getting knocked, and now all the pressure is riding on Ali.
Man, that is a great way to time those utilities. You can see sometimes teams just rein them in with no proper format, no proper formation plan, but you can see RICO Infinity are just clearing room by room, and that will be the last one. But can Ali take more than that? It will be 1, almost 2, and
nice.
He takes 2. Oh my lord, and that is RICO Infinity actually slipping a little bit. There's no one to support. Everyone's from long range, and then there are other teams trying to third party this. So this is Ali actually clutching it for the side of RICO for the side of iKURD triple.
Yeah, and I mean, SKTAR now, he is the last remaining hopeful, but he finds that blow up in it towards Ali, sends a grenade in, but up comes YaLLa, now looking to swoop in with a third party, picking up a few potential easy kills along the way. Already 1 on board. Can they find the final 2? And send the players here from RICO Infinity backing right back up into the lobby. Here we go, the grenades now getting sent on in. It is up to Prestige and SKTAR to try and hold on, but they are having quite a few of those utilities sent in their direction. And even now, Ragnarok coming in with a beautiful sneaky shot off in the distance. But the pressure is still on. YaLLa, good approach, good amount of awareness coming in here. Not looking to risk it all just yet. Like in the way that they're trying to blaze their way through, trying to create that openings. And of course, it does allow for quite a few of these utilities to get sent on in. Some interesting rebounds coming through there as well. But Bandar and Ida just slowly but surely creeping their way on in. Meanwhile, Prestige, he's able to sit and just pick off the players there from YaLLa. We see holding onto the ridge line, but there we go. Escaton gets taken right on down, is up to Prestige. He now needs to put up some dominance, try to suppress them, but up comes a beautiful spray from Yusuf.
Man, you know what? They're just 2 squad wipes right at that compound. And I think that's the issue, right? Like, teams sometimes get caught up. You know, it all started with Prestige staying in that area. You know, it might be just where they split loot, right? But that extended looting phase on the north side that they usually get to enjoy without any contest was no longer the case in this northern circle. So the push came in from iKURD Triple very early on, forcing RICO Infinity to respond, and then obviously after 2-3 minutes on this northern circle, teams come in and at least come round to listen and see whether they can join the party long range anyway. 1 or 2 not. With that third, fourth party, they join the party for sure. RICO, iKURD out at 15 and 16 respectively. So of course some kills on board, not the worst thing, DK, but you know, for Super Weekends, to be fair, when I look at those prize pool, the key here sometimes is it really is to get those chicken dinner. I'm not saying that you shouldn't play your best PUBG to get the most amount of points, but if you can just qualify for finals, you know, if you can win, I should say, then you should have enough points to make it to the finals. So it will be about racking up those, you know, chicken dinners, and those $1 grand per chicken dinner prize. Like, that will make a huge difference, right? And so it could change when it comes to these teams like playstyle. I can't really hypothesize more than that, but you know what, waiting for this northern circle to come in for that phase 2, a lot of teams will be playing that central position already. It's really that grid. It's like 9 grid. It's like the old phone, you know, like 1 2 3 4 5 6, and we'll go to 8 and 9. That is a pretty hard one. We're bringing back to school. We have Headshot Hills. We can have Watertown to be one of the strongest points.
This is going to be quite the interesting zone to see where the teams are going to be going. And already looking at the players there from Cryptics, they find themselves fairly decently positioned within the zone. But now, Ra'ad, K12, KURD 12 rather, Galaxy Racer, Falcons, Twisted Minds, Real Tiger 9, SCYTES, everyone is now looking to push up in towards the zone. So now the pressure is on, and I'm expecting to see quite a bit of a fight coming in for that Watertown position. And as you've mentioned also, Headshot Hills, definitely going to be a little bit of a risky play, as there's so many teams in the vicinity, but it's going to result in some fantastic gameplay nonetheless.
Yeah, I think it's a very tricky circle for these teams. It really shows their style. You can see Galaxy Racer don't want to take that rich compound on that western side, because if they've been playing loud, very hard to get out of later on. So they rotate to some other parts. But you know what? It's also in rows of teams wanting to find a place to call home. SK Ton. Is that him? No, it's not him. It's Cryptics. It's his old team. It's SUDOR in town, and that will be them. Actually, losing more players, have not really left this area since the drop. Same for Cryptics, but Cryptics up to 4 kills so far.
Nice sweep coming through there from the side of Cryptics. But now, of course, we know the pressure is on that zone, having shifted so far down south. But here we go. Real Tiger 9 are going to be looking to defend as they're facing up against the players here from Revolution. Revolution really wanting to prove a point. We saw that effort really coming through in league play, but will they be able to continue with that momentum? Smoker now getting taken down. Zeko also getting thirsted, so 1 player down either side. It is a 3v3 fight. A board gets picked up as well. Real Tiger 9 just on point with the utilities here, but up comes the remaining players of Revolution now looking to just reinforce this position. Well, it is up to Easy and YaLLa to try and bring it in. But will they be able to bring it through? It is going to be so tough. Those mollies getting sent on through. Kapayaksi gets picked up with those flames. Down he goes. It is up to Ramk and Jigsaw now to try and hold on, but Ra'ad also moving into position right there behind them. Definitely looking to capitalize that position up in Headshot Hills, but here we go. It is now down to a waiting game. Easy, trying to send that grenade, trying to reach all the way across. Real Tiger 9 now getting flushed out of their compound, but up comes a potential finish for Cup by Yaxi. I'm not quite sure whether or not Jigsaw is going to be able to get all the way through to pull off that res. But the pressure is on, and here we go. The rush has come through. Down goes Jigsaw. Ramp now so low on health. Will he be able to survive the push? Revolution looking to bring this one in. Up they come. Easy taking a little bit of damage, but still just taking it easy. He's not looking to overexpose or overextend himself just yet. Pressure is on though. Ramp is going to try and push on through. Just patiently third party peeking those windows. Oh man, Tarzan, this is just some crazy pressure.
It's crazy pressure, and I'll tell you what, you're exactly right, because this compound is so tricky to play around. Like, when you are in this type of circle, many teams know that you might be fighting, so you can have 3-4 teams scoping in to see whether they can get a piece out of this, but Revolution wants to take the push, and that will be them. That is about time. Quick reset comes in with the numbers advantage. They know it, and that will be them. Down to a duo, but we'll control that compound for now.
Yeah, and as we move up as well, we can see now the zone shifting up a slight tad bit over towards that western side, just north of Pachinki. But this, of course, opens up a beautiful opportunity for the players here from Galaxy Racer. We saw them rotating all the way in from that western side, wrapping around the zone, now securing the compound over in towards that southeastern side. Headshot Hills still going to be pretty crazy, as you can see the players there from SCYTES now looking to establish themselves in towards a more centralized position. But with the addition of Ra'ad as well as Galaxy Racer in the vicinity, it's going to be a really tough position for them to hold. And SCYTES know this already as they lose yet another player getting knocked right on down. But up comes the rush. The players here from Cryptics just swooping up into Headshot Hills. Ra'ad playing a phenomenal game, but let's see, will SCYTES, or Cryptics rather, be able to pull this one off?
Man, and that is also Cryptics basically tripping in this scenario. How do you make it to the Pro League and you have a basically very good circle and you have cars along your drop, and from Rozok you came in with only one car and basically just die off that really bold rotation? That was painful to watch. You know what? SCYTES down to 2 players, but they found a better spot to hold, and they lived. They lived for now. That's the most important thing.
But I gotta say, I mean, this is such a difficult position to play in, especially with Galaxy Racer holding that southern position, and then of course the players there from Ra'ad looking to apply pressure from the west. I mean, regardless of where you go, you just find yourself in such an exposed position. So it comes down to which of the lesser evils are you looking to give yourself up to. Not that I'm calling anyone evil, but you understand the saying. And here we go now, as the players from FaZe look to push up. Twisted Minds trying to hold on to the compound, but Fate just comes swooping in. Twisted Mind playing a bit of an off angle here. Will they be able to get it pulled off though? Lath now just holding on inside. It is looking pretty tough. They've lost so many players, but Isawi right there alongside him. Up comes the confirmed Kaito, finding the blow. Destiny just slowly bleeding out, but the rest of the team there from Twisted Minds are going to be looking to try and potentially fortify this position. Lath now with the pre-fires there. Ragnarok is bleeding, and if Isawi can get that res in on time, they could definitely strengthen their numbers. Lath, of course, going in for the confirm, takes down Destiny, but Kaito getting ready to rush. Ooh, he knows there's someone right there alongside him. The grenades getting cooked, but they get caught with it in hand. Beautiful swoop coming in from Kaito, but it is now the opportunity for Lath to come in and try and save his team, but he is the last remaining hopeful. Players here from Twisted Mind playing such a phenomenal game. Blue Zone also now starting to move in, just stopping right in front of him. But will Lath be able to get out of this one in one piece? The pressures on the mollies have been flung in. Dummy just holding up downstairs, cooking up a grenade, trying to get his way on through. But will Vigor and Kaito look to get a bit aggressive and potentially maybe even rush Lath in this play? Oh, that's down he goes.
Beautiful. And you know what? That is the time to wrap it up, because if it holds on any longer, they need to find that, ask themselves that question, right, for Twisted Mind. Do we fight or not? There's a huge rotation that they have to make. It goes over to that western side, this phase 5 circle, and that clock is going incredibly low right now. KURD squad, we have not seen them enough so far, but of course they have been playing better and better. They need to clear Falcons in front of them before they can get in, and you can see Galaxy Racer still playing spoiler with the entry spot established on the top right there on the minimap. They want to control everything on this eastern side, and it's go time for KURD squad. Falcons still under a lot of pressure. Both teams still need to find a place inside the new circle.
A very good reposition coming in here from the KURD squad, but Falcons, they are ready to roll, just rolling with the bunches, knocking out 2 of the players already for KURD squad, J9 and Unknown. Meeting a very abrupt end there, but of course Volt and the rest of the players there from KURD squad are going to try and reposition into a little bit of a stronger position within that zone. Raad meanwhile getting eliminated, the pressure is on. KURD squad now just trying to hold a decent angle. Oh, meanwhile Twisted Minds get obliterated as they caught themselves in that lovely bowl, but the grenades, the utilities just getting sent on through, and they couldn't keep up with the absolute carnage following suit. But now 8 teams remain. Of course, the players there from YaLLa fairly decently spread out over on towards the south. Would like to see them potentially condense that position, but with that, of course, the players from KURD squad also now get eliminated. I mean, Galaxy Racer holding on to that eastern side. Lusail still hugging the edge there of Headshot Hills, but Falcons focusing their efforts on towards YaLLa. Meanwhile, SCYTES are just caught in such a difficult position. They've got the players there from KURD 12 on the one side, Galaxy Racer on the other, so they need to be so careful. And to add on to that, blue zone is closing in.
Man, this is a tough circle. And you know what? Galaxy Racer got 2 chicken dinners per day in the first Super Weekend in the first 2 days. This may be their 5th. They got 9 chicken dinners in Super Weekends in Season 1. They can top that because they know these rotation. They've got a macro plan. It was great. This choice of compounds is amazing. 5 kills so far. Great pacing. No teams could come in, and they still got utilities. A lot of vehicles still, and they are trying to just take teams out left and right.
Oh man, we're seeing the teams now starting to drop one by one. Galaxy Racer still having all 4 players in the game, but of course Falcons are going to be looking to reduce those numbers. Last now, just holding on to that far off angle, trying to provide a little bit of cover fire for his teammates. If you can see up ahead, that of course being Bompa and Damar. The races have been pulled off, but now it is still a pretty tough play. Galaxy Racer trying to make their way up in towards zone. Now reacting to that rotation of Last, trying to inch his way up in towards zone. Lusail still having quite a bit of ground to cover to secure themselves in towards the zone. Going up against Revolution. We can see the grenades, the utilities getting sent on through. And this is one thing that's so amazing of this whole region is the utilization of those grenades and the throwables. And Easy now facing quite a tough time here, as we do see the players from Lusail swooping in, putting an end to their hopes and dreams in this match. And 5 teams now remain, of course, all spread out throughout this entirety of the map. Lusail now coming under fire. The players from YaLLa trying to make a play, trying to make a stand from the southern edge. The Falcons, meanwhile, find themselves right there alongside Galaxy Racer. This is going to be so tough.
Man, and Galaxy Racer just want to stay absolutely everything. They know it's time to control further on that side, but Falcon has not given up. Last has held that backdrop ever since the past phase, and he will continue to at least trade for his team, but that's not going to be easy. But another knock comes through. 3 knocks upon Galaxy Racer. Can they do it? I'm not sure. They've got a spot in the circle, but Lord needs to save his team right now.
It's going to be so tough. YaLLa still sitting on 3 players strong. The players here from KURD 12 sitting on a full squad. They do have 1 player knocked out, but that doesn't mean anything just yet. It is all a numbers game. They're going to try and apply the pressure. Galaxy Racer down to Lord as Raouf and Freak are slowly bleeding out up ahead. The pressure is on. KURD 12 need to try and close this one up. Lusail also looking fairly strong, fairly decent, coming in with a full squad into this phase, but the players there from YaLLa now coming under fire. Lusail now turning their attention over on towards KURD 12. It is an absolute back and forth, beautiful exchange amongst these teams, but Galaxy Racer now utilizing this opportunity to get their players back up, to get those numbers back up into fighting form. Lusail are going to look to try and push in from this western front. KURD 12 up ahead, taking a few shots in their direction. Some good coverage coming through, but also the players here from YaLLa They've also now had the opportunity to ensure that everyone is healed up and ready to roll. It's going to be a pretty crazy zone to move in, but look at Rauf, just laser focus, spraying it down into KURD 12. Already 2 knocks coming through. Will they be able to find the finishing blow? 7 kills on board for Galaxy Racer. They are just playing an absolutely phenomenal game.
It's a very tricky circle, though. You can see. Oh my lord, that is more than one side taking down Rowe with the crazy Kobe with the max range nade, trying to delay the rotation from K12. We've got only 15 seconds left on that timer, but no team's got a spot in the circle yet. No one's practically got any vehicles to get in either.
Man, Tarzan, this is going to be an absolute bloodfest. It's going to be first come, first serve, fastest fingers first. Up comes YaLLa, trying to see if they are the team that have the fastest fingers. Well, they definitely were able to reposition themselves just in towards the edge of that zone. We do see Bandar up ahead, but Galaxy Racer now having the blue zone on their back, starting to tickle their heels. They need to get into the zone. Yusuf holding that high position, but he gets knocked and taken down by Wanted. Up we come, Bandar trying to get the spray across up in towards Galaxy Racer. KURD 12 also now still looking to position themselves, but down they go. Oh, the pressure, just too much. Blue zone, I'm pretty sure finish them up, but now it is game time. The final 3 teams, 8 players remain. 2 for the side of YaLLa, 3 for Lusail, and of course 3 players coming in for Galaxy Racer. But Lusail not going to be giving up anytime soon. They are going to try and push. They are going to try and show some dominance. They want to secure this position. Freak up ahead. Salam not being able to find the spray in just yet. But Freak now just utilizing this buggy to, oh man, to perfection almost. Just quickly backing off of that, just in case it was about to blow up. The grenades, of course, getting sent back and forth. Lusail coming under fire. Oh, Freak picks up yet another knock. Salam now left, the last remaining hopeful. The spray comes in. Freak is trying to bring it in, but Salam getting caught in the blue zone, getting ready to move up, and down he goes. Freak just on fire, absolutely lighting it up now. Of course, it is Bandar, the last remaining hope for the side of YaLLa, up against the 3-man team of Galaxy Racer. Here they come. They found him out. Rauf gets taken down. Oh, but a beautiful spray down coming in from Lord as he puts in the finishing blow. And Galaxy Racer finishing off with an amazing game. 15 kill, winner, chicken dinner. Insane.
Very, very good play. Like, it all started, you know what? At some point, I should make a video. It all started from the choice of a compound in phase 3. It went back to the south side around, you know, like between that space of like Headshot Hills and school and all that. They pick those compounds that they can play loud, push people away, but at the same time got options to like slowly rotate in. They didn't take the compounds that seems good, that's convenient. They know the map so well and they worked it through. Like, there were scary moments, but they're up to 5 chicken dinners now. Like, another extra $1,000 to their pockets. What can this team do? They just play such good PUBG. The macro sense, the confidence, you know, just amazing work.
Yeah, I mean, Galaxy Racer just absolutely on fire. But of course, speaking of which, let's jump into our match rankings to see how many points these teams were able to bring in. Galaxy Racer, of course, no surprise, finishing strong on a 30 bomb there. 15 kills, 15 placement points. Just, you know, just schooling the teams there. That was an absolutely beautiful play coming in from Galaxy Racer. And as we move down the list, we see the players there from Twisted Minds finishing up in 6th place. But they were able to finish strong, still coming in with a decent amount of kills. 7 kills on board. So good show of aggression. Just unfortunately, those placement points not really working out in their favor.
But you know what? It's great to see Twisted Minds with their aggression, because they are almost forgotten. At least that's my perspective, right? They've got very good week 1, both league play and super weekend. We've got so much hope in this team, especially coming from Kaito, like, you know, and IGL. That is exceptional, right? 1-3 PMCOs now with this squad, but they have gone slightly quiet since that first day of Super Weekend, week 1. And for league play as well, like not the strongest performers, but they come in with the good old aggression. That's what I want to see. Cryptics as well, waking up. I'd say that early mid-game, they did those kill points in, but we did criticize them, DK, for those types of rotation when it comes to those vehicles, whether they protect them and found them well enough so that they could have a higher chance of survival.
Well, I mean, just to show the value of those kill points, I mean, RICO Infinity, they finished up in 15th place. They were taken out in 15th place, but at least they were able to find some kills, and that still awards them those 5 points, placing them all the way up in towards 10th. But speaking of kills, we need to have a look at our MVPs for this match, and of course, I don't think there's going to be any surprise to what we see on screen. Freak, Lord, and Hamodi coming in, just taking control of these MVP slots, 6, 3, and 4. I mean, that's 13 kills just amongst the 3 of them. Absolutely insane plays, with 879 damage being done by Freak, 838 by Lord, and 538 being done by Hamodi. I mean, definitely there's got to be something amazing in the drinking water that Galaxy Racer is using. I almost want to ask them to send me the recipe in DM or something, But absolutely insane gameplays coming in from Galaxy Racer. Now we get the opportunity to see what the overall standings look like after this match. And Galaxy Racer still holding strong onto that pole position, but increasing their lead now even more so to almost, well, that is just over 100-point lead they've got. I mean, that is just absolutely insane. That's like 109-point lead.
They're a grit of nutters. I'm saying it the second time, right? 150 placement points, DK. They can get a second place just by that, macro gameplay consistency, right? Like, and you know what? I've got a little bit of snip because I do try to follow the scene a little bit, and they are basically in not quite boot camp, I would say, but they are physically together in Dubai at the moment, this team. And you know what, it's just crazy. Sometimes I think about these teams, especially from Europe, my home region. Some of these teams just, they know how to play with each other, maybe, now that they've got that distance. But when they're physically together, more like the old school LAN setting, they may find it a little bit awkward. But this Galaxy Racer team, keep them apart physically, they frag their minds out. Now that they're together, they play even stronger. So I'm looking forward to see this team, not just in PMPL. I start to feel like this is easy for them with the experience, with their momentum, with everything that they've got, and boot camping, all the resource and love the support. They can be, or I believe that they are already a world-class team.
Yeah, I mean, that is definitely a team to be watching. I mean, Galaxy Racer, they are just on fire. They are absolutely insane stuff. And of course, here we find our 4 teams that have joined us into this Super Weekend. Revolution, Ra'ad, SCYTES, and SUDOR. So already a bit of a tough start there for them. But of course, we weren't expecting anything less. I mean, this is Super Weekend. This is where the teams play to their fullest. They just show us everything in their arsenal, or well, close to everything. I'm pretty sure they're keeping a few surprises for the finals as well. But definitely we're going to look to the players here from Revolution, Ra'ad, SCYTES, as well as SW2D Esports to step it up and just catapult themselves up that leaderboard, because the rest of the teams positioned up ahead of them, they're slowly increasing that lead. So the pressure definitely being on there. But of course, well, they'll have the opportunity once again as we get ready to move into our second match. Speaking of which, we are going to be taking a quick break. So stay tuned and we'll see you right back afterwards.
Mr. DJ.
Hello and welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Arabia Super Weekend 2. This has been an absolutely insane first match we had. My name is DK. With me is Professor Tarzan and, of course, Nimmo TV, the PUBG Mobile Pro League 2021 official media partner, also right here with us. And, of course, Tarzan, first match, kicking off to an absolute banger of a match. Galaxy Racer just showing their dominance once again. And I'm curious to see what's going to happen as we now get ready to move into a bit of that Miramar action.
Yeah, I think we've been talking a little bit in between as well. That really gave me some ideas when it comes to how to approach this game too. Um, the angle is the importance of Erangel. So hear me out. Like, it's been so important that we've got 3 out of 5 games per day for these super weekends on Erangel. Would that have shifted some focus away from the preparation of Miramar? That is a huge question mark. But you know what? Like, we used to say that is equally important. It's no longer the case for season 2 PMPL this year. So will that have a lot of shakiness coming out from the teams, lack of decisiveness in rotation because of the lack of practice in there from scrims and in tournaments? We don't know. Okay, but we still want to see the best PUBG there is, and of course Galaxy Racer is on a rampage. It's like they've been in this state for the past few months, is honestly how it feels like. But many teams are slowly showing up as well, like YaLLa Esports. We talk about how week 2 league play was a little bit rough, but they came in with a second place, 16 points game 1. So that is the most important. After all, league play is for you to qualify. It is the points in the super weekend that matters.
It's going to be interesting to see definitely what this next match has in store. And as we know, Miramar is a map that lends itself to a little bit more of those ranged engagements, but also the terrain provides the teams with that ability to sneak around. And now, I've been watching the play actually coming in from Galaxy Racer. We see them on one side of the map, then we don't see anything for quite some time. The map opens up again, and Galaxy Racer is on the complete opposite side. So even in a map where they could potentially be spotted quite easily, they still manage to find a way to sneak around the map and just position themselves in those golden plays. Now, I'm interested to see what is going to transpire as we move up in towards Miramar, because as we know, the terrain really allows for those kind of sneak attacks to be employed and implemented by these teams. So I'm thinking we're in for quite a bit of a surprise here, but also hoping for the new teams coming in. And by new teams, I mean the teams not playing in last week's Super Weekend, that of course being Revolution, that are outside, and SUDOR, to show us what they've got. I mean, I was already quite impressed by the gameplay coming in from Revolution, as they were able to show quite a bit of a strong finish on the leaderboard in league play, as well as, we know SUDOR and SCYTES and Ra'ad from past seasons, and we've seen them prove themselves. So now, hoping to see that, of course, come back into fruition once again, and the teams just to step it up, because one, we know Galaxy Racer, it's an absolutely nutty team. Fate also showing to be a pretty impressive team, as well as they are sitting right behind Galaxy Racer, and they have not won a single match just yet. So some pretty strong consistency coming in from them. But hey, now it is time to move up into our second match coming in on towards Miramar. This one, Tarzan, is a little bit more difficult to kind of guesstimate where that zone is coming in, but we can see El Pozo right down below. So it is again a very northern flight path we have at our hands here today. So I'm curious to see what the teams are going to be doing, because a lot of the teams that like to frequent that further down south region going to have a little bit of a harder time. But of course, we need to look and see where that first initial zone is going to be popping up as well.
Yeah, very tricky zone, to be fair. Like, plane path, I should say. Like, Los Leones is a little bit too far already. But when you think about teams really wanting to go to that part of the map, they may need to just land very close to teams who love Picardo, Graveyard, Lebanon, Dita, Minos Generalis, all those positions. So we talk about teams needing to have more than one drop spot. That's entirely true. You need that adaptability to come through. So seems like they would just need to go for a more northern drop spot. Of course, we don't have that many Miramar so far in the tournament. More than Sanhok, for sure. Okay, but you know what? They've been a bit out of practice, if my memory serves me correctly. This week for league play, we have been out of practice for this particular map. So coming back in, I hope they can do equally well.
Well, this is going to be the game to try and make that play. If we look back to what we had in the last week's Super Weekend, this, of course, was that one of the games in which, one of the maps in which Galaxy Race, of course, brought in those winner chicken dinners. So, yeah, I mean, we've seen them finish off on a game with 12 kills in the past Super Weekend on that day 2. And now, if we look back towards potentially day 3, again, to give us a bit of idea, that was the match in which RICO Infinity actually stepped up and brought in a winner chicken dinner for themselves. 8 kills on board. Galaxy Racer taking second there. But now, looking at where the teams find themselves in this early game, I mean, the team here from Fate turning their attentions over on towards KURD 12, but it is still early phases. No one really having much utilities, armor, or weapons really to make much use of. And Riva might actually get run over by Lathe.
Hey, you know what? It's expected. We talked about a very northern part, and Riva just need to go. Like, and that is also a very Lathe's just got no mercy. Like, not only do we not want to use a spray weapon, let's bring out the Winchester, and I will hit you on nothing. He could have literally killed him when he hit him on the toenail, right? Like at that HP, but he wants a headshot. It's just like good habit, right? But that is nothing crazy, to be fair. Like DK, we talked about this northern plane path. Teams may contest around that graveyard area looking for cars because they may still want to go back to some southern side, and with that circle being pretty center, right? So it's really that northern half of this Faith Zone circle being quite congested already, just saturated, I should say, because it complements the plane path. But that central belt really draws the line on the very northern part of Los Leones, where some very strong hills are set, and that main road as well that extends from Los Leones from east to west. That is where teams may really want to hold themselves. But right now, we first need to find some control in where we drop Twisted Minds. We talk about them, you know, like having some great history, especially a very stunning week 1. Now they have to continue with that type of playstyle, I would say, so that I can keep saying that I'm impressed. But against YaLLa, it's not going to be easy. YaLLa Esports been very strong so far in this week Super Weekend. To be fair, just data from one game, but they've been doing better overall. DK, if you agree with me or not, like I just feel like they have, like compared to season 1, this is a better squad this time round.
Yeah. But I mean, just looking at both the players here from the teams, rather, from Twisted Minds as well as the players from YaLLa, they are actually quite balanced with regards to their kill points. I mean, YaLLa sitting on 59, Twisted Minds sitting on 58. So there's only 1 kill difference separating these two teams. And I'm curious to see just who's going to try and step it up and bring in a little bit more of those kill points. Of course, YaLLa having a little bit more luck there with regards to those placement points. So, I mean, the moment Twisted Minds start bringing in a more consistent amount of placement points, we could see them actually moving up alongside or potentially surpassing YaLLa on that leaderboard. Meanwhile, the Falcons are going to be making their way through the ever-lovely Picado here. Sometimes a little bit of a gamble, but of course, for them, you know, being the only team here, they can just loot up at their leisure, just go about their business, make sure they are ready for those next coming few phases. And I'm interested to see actually what the teams are going to be doing, the ones that went all the way up in towards the north. I mean, that being the likes of Raad, SCYTES, Real Tiger 9, and Lusail. I mean, all 4 of those teams dropped up fairly north. But of course, I think Raad could have a potential comfortable rotation back up into zone coming from La Cobreria. But YaLLa, I like this off-angle play from Ida, positioned up on the high ground, just trying to sneak in behind the players there from Twisted Minds. And this could actually be quite a favorable position to play from.
Yeah, Ida is on a very, very important duty though. Like the key thing is for him to not die from that off angle, and he can actually just find some very sweet spots and to really sneak a few shots in, right? But the key thing is to open shots when he can actually almost finish those kills. Otherwise, people will just avoid that and will turn into stalemate, and then it will be a numbers advantage for Twisted Mind inside town. So that is going to rely on the side of the trios from YaLLa in town to manipulate, trying to get a way to push Twisted Minds out of their current cover so that Ida can make some magic happen. But you know what? Like, speaking of these teams in hot drops, right? Like, Falcons, no one wants to drop on them, but I feel like people should, because Falcons, arguably, they are they have been playing better this week so far because they didn't have to play Miramar in league play. I know that's extremely harsh to say, but because we've seen how they played Picardo, you know, the last week, and we were not impressed. Like they got that position, it gave them access to many good positions pretty early on, but they did not make it at all. Right, they did not use that, so we didn't quite like it. So, but you can't not know how to play this. Like now that Miramar's back in the equation for the Super Weekend, let's see whether they can make that better. And Revolution, you mentioned them. I think it's a good shout out. I mean, out of all the teams that didn't make it into the first Super Weekend, they played the best amongst those teams in the league play. But need to come in stronger though, because all those things are just for them to get a chance to get more points in Super Weekend. But after all, out of all those 4 teams, they've got the most points so far, 7 points. If they can continue with that average, they will have surpassed a good amount of teams.
Yeah, definitely some great opportunities that could come in there. I mean, Phobia also, he just needs to be quite careful of those ledges. I mean, Miramar being somewhat infamous for teams and players falling into their demise. So, whoops, down he goes. But I'm quite interested to see how that fight over in towards San Martin is actually going to evolve, because we actually saw, oh, there we go, YaLLa and Twisted Minds coming into the engagement. We actually saw a video coming out from Zute on this exact kind of play, on this, you know, like a 1v3 1-3 split coming in from the team, and already now the players here from Twisted Minds repositioning themselves, pushing up on towards that high ground, potentially turning the tables now on YaLLa. And I'm curious to see whether or not YaLLa is going to try and make a bit of a comeback here.
Well, it's going to be quite tricky, to be fair, but Banda comes in. I feel like Ida could have bought more time for his teammates, but it's down to those very small things, right? Like when you could decide to go left and right, you went left and realize it's a cliffside, and then you can get pinched. That is it. Like, so what YaLLa started as a very good formation that got them the opening knock was not enough. You talk about like getting those knocks. It's hard to finish when they are moving in a very good unit that way, you know. And this is going to be Bender needing to almost an ego challenge 1v1 right here. Kato, we hyped him up for his experience. 3 PMCO led by him that these teams won, and now to lead Twisted Minds definitely got some good start. But can he deliver the same magic in these 1v1s? Let's find out.
Oh, here we go. Bandar now just doing a bit of a dance here with Kaito. A bit of back and forth, in and out. But who's going to be the one to close it up? You can see, of course, the rest of the YaLLa team still holding down in towards San Martin. Not the most ideal play to come through for them. And Bandar now actually having quite a bit of pressure on his shoulders. You can see the rest of the team there from Twisted Minds. They're moving in. They're looking to apply the pressure. Powerful now starting to rotate up. But Bandar, he needs to play this so carefully. He needs to only strike when he knows he's got that angle. Meanwhile, we do see Destiny getting knocked out in the background. But will YaLLa now be able to make a bit of a play here? I mean, Bandar, he is inching his way forward, just kind of trying to lure Kaito out from his hiding spot. And, oh, he needs to be so careful. Because Kaito, I mean, he looks to be pretty on point with his focus there. But I'm liking this play from the rest of the players from Twisted Mind. Just scattered, just trying to cover as many angles here as they can.
Tricky. Rad came in, got the third party, got 1 kill out of Twisted Mind, and now into the Picardo Hill, and they just rotated just through the side of KURD squad. I don't know what happened there. I feel like KURD squad could have really capitalized on that Kato now on his own from this position. So this 1v1 is not even done yet, and that utility actually couldn't force any movements out of Kato. Got crystal eyes right there, crystal clarity, knowing that's not something that should force him to move. Banda will try to move again and will retreat after all. That M249 can really test and really force some action as well, but against the meta SMG now in the state of the art for the game, 45 who will reign supreme. We still don't know, still a position that can become a stalemate. Everyone's moved away except these 2 teams, as we see Picardo Hill getting more and more congested. 3 teams in close proximity. RICO Infinity need to push up if he wants to get involved, and Banda just being annoying but rightfully annoying. Taking away some escape routes, definitely important in when it comes to the macro play of this game. You can see Powerful using the quite powerful VSS if you use it well, but after all, it is Miramar, and all these fighting in this early game, DK, really slowed down both teams.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what Bandar is going to be doing. I mean, he is now just slowly starting to inch his way, potentially looking to disengage from that initial position. But the rest of the players here from Twisted Minds, they still just holding on. Kaito holding up onto the high ground. Vigor's just down below, as we can see up ahead of Yusuf and Powerful. But it's going to be interesting to see what Bandar has up his sleeve. And as we look into the zone, we do see the players there from KURD squad as well as Ra'ad in pretty close proximity. RICO Infinity right there alongside them. And of course, Falcons disengaging from that position over in towards Picardo, rotating up a little bit further away, closer towards the whole La Bendita kind of region, almost that area of the crate, where of course we see the players there from KURD 12 also being positioned. And now this is where the teams need to be so careful as the zone shifts up, moves all the way over on towards that eastern side. And this is where Minas Generales as well as La Bendita could actually be quite a favorable spot to be in. A Revolution Smoker already making a push for that edge position on the crater there. So I'm curious to see whether or not Revolution are going to be able to capitalize on that. Meanwhile, RICO Infinity still trying to keep a watchful eye on the players here from KURD squad. But I guess this would be the most ideal play here, is to potentially rotate towards the zone instead of waiting around, because they've only got a few seconds left on the clock.
Man, this is a very hard circle to get in, and you can see why a team like Galaxy Racer actually being the first one to touch the ground essentially in El Pozo. They've only just started to enter the previous circle because they understand the map so well that they cannot slowly get through like on this western side. You need to go from power position to power position. You may just lose your resources coming through Picardo Graveyard, all that bit. So they rotated through to the south, and just from the right side of Los Leones they get in, and they found their way. But you know what, also the zone doing some damage to them. Seems like Free getting knocked, so I might be giving them too much credit for that one, but I can see how that could be a reason why, as you can see, multiple teams on this western side trying to fight for a spot. And sometimes you can play loud now, you can get 1 or 2 kills, but it's hard. It's really hard to go in and get some of these loot, and very hard to move into more center position now that you've shown where you are.
Yeah, and this is quite a slight exposed position for both RICO Infinity as well as the players there from Falcon. But Falcon, we did see them just holding up on the edge of zone. RICO Infinity now using that opportunity to try and inch their way in. We do see that open field just up ahead, but Falcon still positioned on the edge. They've all now been able to rotate into zone. Ra'ad and the players here from KURD squad, of course, getting caught out on the edge of the blue. Ra'ad trying to focus and prioritize on that rotation, trying to get up ahead, but it is a quick moment there of some exposure coming through as Delhub gets picked up by Aram. But now the pressure is on. The rest of the squad there from Ra'ad need to focus on that position. They need to try and make themselves up into safety. Meanwhile, KURD squad are going to slowly rotate up. We also see the players right behind them from Twisted Mind also on the approach towards zone. And I'm excited to see what the zone has in store, as we still have all 16 teams in play.
Yeah, and you know what? Beautiful play from KURD squad. They know what it means when it comes to trigger discipline. Yes, they held that hill. They know there's another team very close, but they don't want to play and turn it into stalemate. They will wait for the other team to leave and strike and make sure they get 1 kill before moving. And these are the macro sense that a lot of the lower level teams don't understand. And that is them actually coming in 3 to scout more towards the really western side, the other one to maybe for J9 to explore graveyard a little bit, but that shift continues to go to that eastern side. This is painful for a lot of these teams. That is so open. And you know what? Like, there's some hard covers already taken by SUDOR, so that might be extremely important for them. SCYTES also found a spot. So other than those two, DK, you just need to go into La Bendita, but people don't like those hard covers because it's right in there and everyone will be choking you. You can't get out of that dip.
I mean, this is going to be such a difficult position to play, especially, I mean, I'm quite concerned about the players there from Twisted Mind. They are still all the way out in towards that blue zone. As you can see, Dami already getting devoured. Now it is up to the 2 remaining hopefuls for that team to try and push all the way up in towards zone. Meanwhile, the zone itself, as we saw, it's shifting over towards that whole La Bendita crater area. But it's going to be a pretty tough rotation for teams to try and pull that off and to move in. And I'm curious to see just what exactly the players there from SUDOR and SCYTES are going to be doing. They're already finding themselves in a decent position. Of course, now Falcons are going to try and pick up a few sprays if they can, while teams try and rotate up into towards zone. But ideally, here we would like to see the players from Falcons also focus on their own rotation, get their butts back up in towards zone, because if you hang around a little bit too long, it could be quite tough. And we see the players there from Ra'ad also now coming to the end of their play in this match. The first team getting sent back up into the lobby. But I mean, still, a lot of teams looking to reposition. Falcons, the KURD squad, as well as the players here from Cryptics, all the way down in towards the south. There is going to be quite a bit of an exchange. Marshall getting a bit of damage his way, but we do see Unknown. And of course, Aram there for the side of KURD squad. Not looking too great. Now Chapo and Lazy Boy, though, for Cryptics on their way, but Falcons now moving in. Could we see those third-party plays come in? Are they going to be looking to clear it up? That is what we look to have answered here. But Falcons now finding themselves in a fairly easy position to try and make those plays. And, well, yep, they get the job done. The players there from KURD squad get eliminated, as well as Twisted Mind. But Falcons now coming under fire as the Cryptics. They are just rolling on adrenaline. They want to follow through with these punches.
Man, and you know what? Falcons trying to fish people coming into zone late, but they decide to come in challenge a part that's so hard to get, and now well set up. Cryptics got 5 kills on board, and that is Falcons trying to challenge a spot that is not welcoming any latecomers, and they are down to 1 players.
I'm not quite sure what Bandar was doing there. He was in a very exposed position, but of course, or not, that was Damar rather. But now we go looking towards Boompa. Oh man, it's going to be such a tough play there for Boompa to try and get a successful rotation up in towards zone. Right up ahead of them, we do have the players there from iKURD Triple, as well as Fate holding on towards this edge of zone. Oh, Boompa coming under fire. Down he goes. Fate now just laying down the sprays and, of course, picking up the players there from Falcons, sending them right back into the lobby. Meanwhile, the Cryptics are still going to be duking it out against the players here from iKURD Triple. Nice exchange with the grenades. Neither of the teams really managing to find the distance just yet, but we do see Lazy Boy and Senke both getting picked up as the hits come through in their direction. Again, trying to play this top side of this lip, this ridge. But the players there from SUDOR, just so beautifully positioned, they are able to pick them up and just follow through with the sprays. Now it's up to Marshall and Al Chapo to try and make a play from this position.
Tricky one for sure. They will run out of, like ridgeline to use. That is the problem. And right now they just find it so hard to get out. With this shift continuing to go that way, that is painful for so many of these teams. There's still hard covers that can be used, but we're talking about shacks, maybe that small bit of ridge just along that main road there, but SCYTES can really take this one and control further. To be fair, I want a better split coming from that team, but this is going to be so painful for so many of these teams. You can see Senke just need to let that one go. It's not a revive to make, I don't think, El Chapo. He needs to get up in the car, but iKURD Triple has been waiting, and that is Cryptics suffering from the indecisiveness, and that might just be the effects of not enough practice on Miramar this week. TK, I don't want to be right, but seems like these teams are really having a hard time.
I mean, this zone is proving to be quite challenging for these teams, and of course the side there of Cryptics just barely managing to escape. But now, as we can see, Marshall rotating up into zone right here alongside the players from SUDOR. Up comes the spray. Will this be the end? Yes, indeed. Oh, man. SUDOR putting an end to the players there from Cryptic. Well done. Well played. And now, of course, 8 teams remain. But as we saw, that zone had shifted all the way up in towards that northeastern side. Helm end up ahead, getting spotted out. And down he goes. Not before finding a beautiful hit up in towards the side there of Lusail. So we can see Salam now just slowly bleeding out there. And, of course, Carry Boy about to get raised up as well. So their numbers are going to be returning. But SUDOR looking to make a bit of a plan as they push in from the southern edge of zone. Up ahead of them, we do have the players there from KURD 12 trying to put up a bit of a gatekeep, but Clever gets picked up as Golden finds that golden angle, sends it through. tries to get the confirm on end. Saif also getting picked up as his Sawi comes through with the spray, but now KURD 12 right here in front of them. Will they be able to put them down? Will they be able to put an end to those advances? Down goes Saif as well. Here we go, Lusail now. Rotating in from this western edge. You can see Golden keeping a very watchful eye there on the angles, but will he be able to get the job done? That is going to be the question. No, he gets traded up. Golden gets knocked and thirsted. SUDOR down to only 2 remaining players, just holding their own against these teams. The zone, of course, shifting up, but doing so quite favorably, actually.
Yeah, like Lusail got a decent spot. I mean, they've got a shack in circle with a little bit of landscape around that they can play off. That itself is a huge win. Could just from that position itself bring them to top 5, but you can see many teams just found, you know, hay bales and all these open covers to find a place to call home, and you can't really blame them for that. But utilities are going lower and lower by the second, and you can see SUDOR up to 5 kills. They've been in the area to control for a while now, DK, to be fair. In the past 3 zones, they've got a very aggressive split that cost them 2 players, so they need to know how to play these traits, when to tighten up formations, when it's appropriate. And this zone is about to close. Science actually squad wipes Galaxy Racer earlier, pushed them out at 9th or 10th place, but now they need to find a way in with that main road to separate. It's not going to be easy. RTG gets punished on that cross.
Oh, but here we go. Beautiful grenade coming straight up into Rio now. And with that, of course, Rawan gets picked up as well. SCYTES now on a bit of a roll there as Phobia faces all his phobias and just gets over it and comes in with the sprays. But of course, SUDOR down to a 2-man team looking to make a bit of a stand, coming in from that southern edge right up ahead of them. They do have Hazha, the last remaining hopeful for the side of KURD. 12 down he goes, beautifully done. And as we move on, we also see the players here from Real Tiger 9 rushing into Revolution, finding the spray. Down 5 teams remain. Revolution get eliminated. And of course, it is now up to the players there from SUDOR. It is up to SCYTES. It is up to the players from Lusail as well as Real Tiger and Fate. Who's going to be the team to bring it in? That winner chicken that is still up for grabs. There we go. Abut getting picked up as Roof finds a beautiful spray on towards him. SUDOR looking to make a play, make a stand in the south. But SCYTES, they do have the numbers in their advantage. Will they be able to get the job done and send SUDOR packing? Oh, Al-Shamri just barely evading the damage, taking a little bit in the process, but I'm liking this push coming in from SCYTES.
But the Reeve with the long-range nade will just tear down that 2-2 split, and that will be SCYTES down to those 2 players. Ghost and Razor need to hold that down. Phobia may not be living any longer from that position, and you can see SUDOR still keeping those 2 players with these type of position, with this type of elevation. They can decide where to go, when to strike, and before they actually found a new spot. But Lusail still in this game from that position, and that was exactly it, the top 5 position from that shack. But they will need to move now with this new phase 6 circle.
Oh, but this is the kind of gameplay we want to see from SCYTES. I mean, if they continue on with these efforts, they could be quite satisfied with the results. Lusail now, of course, up ahead, just up ahead of SUDOR. We got the players there from Real Tiger now getting eliminated. We got the team there from Fate still holding on towards that eastern side, but the zone shifting up into the open space between these teams. Lusail still having strong numbers, as well as the players there from SCYTES. 3 players apiece. SUDOR now coming under a bit of pressure here. Fate trying to inch their way in, but Lusail spotting the movements there. Salam gets ready to strike. We got Reef just up ahead, prepping himself rather for the push there. Al-Shamri coming under fire. Let's see if he can just do it. Salam now quickly just rushing. Lusail rather still need to get that position up in towards the zone. Oh, Fate in a very exposed play, but Reef just gets down, puts the shot in. Oh, down goes SUDOR as well.
You know what? Huge game for them after all. They did not come into Super Weekend week 1, and they now come in and they get points. Not just them, SCYTES is another team that didn't make it to week 1. This is the statement that they need to make. Lusail should still be okay when it comes to resources. They've got that shack that literally allowed them to use maybe 10 fewer smokes. But you know, this time around, with the relative high ground. Here comes the fight with the opening knock. Lusail with the advantage.
Oh, Gary Boy looking to bring it home. Will he get the job done? Razur, so low on health, gets picked right on up, and Lusail swoop in for the winner chicken dinner. Absolutely insane play. What a beautiful finish that was. Absolutely phenomenal stuff. But of course, we got to give it to the players of SCYTES and SUDOR. Just coming back with a vengeance, swinging so hard up in towards Miramar. Fantastic gameplay coming in from them. And of course, if they continue on this trend, they could be really happy at the end of the Super Weekend. But of course, we have to wait and see what exactly these teams can do. Now, Tarzan, the match was on fire. I mean, I'm quite curious to see what the match rankings actually look like.
Yeah, let's have a look. I mean, that one was huge. Absolutely huge for SCYTES and SUDOR Esports. They missed a whole week, but they've got almost 20 points from that game, and they didn't do it in a sloppy manner either. It's not about luck. They took a position, took out good teams. They played confidently for the side of SUDOR Esports. Down to 2 players made it in. Like, they outlived 6-7 teams as a duo. SCYTES took out Galaxy Racer, but Lusail from that position and the timing in these late game rotations, knowing that they didn't need to go early, although they didn't have a spot, slowly come in so that it's more predictable where the enemies are, have a good 1-3 splits, then tighten it back up. What a great play from this team. And they are coming in stronger and stronger. There's no surprise like anymore for Lusail to do well in this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, Lusail, they stepped up in league play. Now they do so once again coming into the Super Weekend. And as we look onto our second page, we can see, of course, the players there from iKURD Triple coming in with 3 kills on the board, 4 points in total. KURD Squad finishing on 2 kills. Ra'ad and Twisted Mind coming in with 1 kill apiece. And YaLLa being the first team to get sent, well, one of the first teams rather to get sent. They finished in 13th place, but of course, well, no points on the board is not exactly what you want as you play in these Super Weekends. You at least want to have something. But of course, the players there from Ra'ad having a bit of a difficult time over on towards Miramar. Fortunately, we will be returning to Erangel, in which we could potentially see Ra'ad looking to make a bit of a comeback. So yeah, let's hope and just keep our fingers crossed that Ra'ad, they step up and, show us a bit of that gameplay.
Yep. We'll be waiting as ever. You know what? Like, this is them like needing to really tighten up because like so many teams have tried to bounce already, and they have. But you know what? On the road to MVP is what we have to look at. Stats from that game has come in, and it will be very different this time around because Galaxy Racer did not have the craziest game, but it will be SUDOR on the rise. Catan with 6 kills, 780 damage with a huge survival coming in. Also for Arif from the side of Fate Esports, causing so much damage as a solo from the eastern side.
Yeah, it is absolutely amazing stuff to see. But now let's look and see what the overall standings look like after this match. Of course, Galaxy Racer, no surprise, still holding on to pole position. But Fate putting in a decent, valiant effort there, of course, closing that gap down to only 99 points now. And Lusail coming in with 3 chicken dinners on board, 154. I know you laugh because I said they closed the gap to only 99 points, but hey,
99.
it's double digits. It's not triple digits anymore because it was more than 100 just under the previous game. So definitely some good players coming through there. And I mean, we do see the players there from YaLLa still managing to hold on to that top page, sitting in 7th place. They were formerly in 6th place. But the team there for Lusail, I mean, they were in 7th place coming into this match, now just catapulting themselves up into 3rd place. So absolutely phenomenal stuff coming in from them. As we move on to our second page, this, of course, where we see the team still holding on to very kind of similar positions. Nothing really out of the ordinary just yet. NASA getting moved down into 10th place. We've got the players there from Road to Glory getting moved down into 16th place. And of course, across the board, things still looking pretty much the same as what we've had it coming into this game.
Yeah, of course, we need to look at that last page because we see some of these teams holding on to those spots just because they played in that first week. We will look at those point averages. You know what is important because we mentioned it already. Papaya triple road to glory. They did not make it this week, maybe from the poor performance and that, lack of momentum from last Super Weekend being in the bottom 4, right? They're not bottom, 3 of them are from the bottom 4, right? So I can't clarify, but you can see that gap is closing very, very quick. We've got 30 more games to go, DK and ladies and gentlemen, and they're already on 20 points, and that is averaging 10 points. If they can do the same, continuously, 150, like that would bring them to a very, very decent spot, and every of those like points that they've lost from missing that first week would have been nullified.
Yeah, ideally we'd like to see the teams participating in this weekend's Super Weekend to ideally move themselves up ahead of those teams. And then, just continue to improve the standings, because I'm really looking forward to seeing where exactly SCYTES, SUDOR, Revolution, and Ra'ad are going to finish up at the end of the Super Weekend. But of course, we are going to be getting ready to move into our third match of the day, which will see us returning back on towards Erangel. So stay tuned. We'll be right back after the break.
Mr. DJ.
وناصر حكينا انه هو اللي حيكون المفتاح. ناصر وهيرو. وفعلا نابو يا ولد يا نابو يا ولد يا نابو يا ولد يا نابو. لو كان الابداع رجل لشكرته يا نابو.
Hello and welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Arabia Season 2. My name is DK and with me is Professor Tarzan. And with upgrade performance and upgraded fun, celebrate your winning spirit with the brand new Oppo Reno 6 series, the designated smartphones for PUBG Mobile Middle East and Africa esports in 2021. Now Tarzan, the first two games were absolutely on fire. And of course, now as we return back onto the home ground there of Erangel, I mean, it's going to be a pretty exciting day. We know Galaxy Racer bringing in that first winner chicken dinner of the day. Lusail stepping up with the second one on towards Miramar. Do you think we're going to see Galaxy Racer bringing in yet another chicken dinner as we move into Erangel once again?
Yeah, I think they are the only team that we can safely bet, not even safely, but we can say is there's a high chance, right? Because they've been so strong. Like they've got, 5 chicken dinners so far. I mean, last season, out of those 15 days, they've gotten, not 15, 9 days, sorry, like 45 games, they've gotten 9. So I feel like they can break that record with the way that they've been playing, right? And but you know what? There's a team that I'm looking out for. Once again, RICO Infinity team. I did not jinx them. Yes, it's a Severny drop from them again and again. Northern Circle not able to find the best pacing and tempo. So can they do it better this time? I think we need to look at the circle and really try to predict through that. And you know what? I want to say that they've learned the lesson.
Well, we'll have to wait and find out. But of course, I'm still going to be rooting for the 4 teams that are joining us in the Super Weekend. So that's going to be SCYTES, SUDOR, Revolution, and Ra'ad. Waiting to see those performances come through. And then, of course, also Revolution and Ra'ad to join up with the efforts that we've been seeing come through from SCYTES and SUDOR as, they've been able to establish a decent amount of points so far in those first 2 initial games. As you've pointed out before, it's about 10 points rather per match. But now as we move into Erangel, I'm curious to see what exactly the teams are going to be bringing to the table and whether or not we could have some teams potentially looking to step up those performances. They've been going at it for long enough. They've played 15 games in the previous Super Weekend. Now coming into this Super Weekend, they have another 15 games to play through. And I'm curious to see just who exactly is going to try and step up and, claim those the $1,000 that's up for grabs.
Yeah, and you know what? Like that is very, very huge, like for these teams. It's not just the amount. It's about the joy and the excitement from that actual prize that can drive your performance then, and then you can have a snowball effect. And so if we follow that same logic and theory, DK, we can say if you've just missed it, maybe a second place, you can feel so devastated knowing what you've lost that it can, cause some issues. I'm terrible, but I'm just trying to be human and to predict, I've done some of these coaching in the past, we're so close. You actually sometimes feel more tension and rage within the team when you're so close to get it, but you've missed it compared to, somewhere, midway, you still get some decent double-digit points, but not close to winning it. The world is crazy. I know there's a lot of predictions around all these, but I think it's very realistic as well. So who knows what we get to see in this game 3?
Yeah, but what's also quite important is, not to punch yourself too much, for a performance not being exactly on par as to where you want it to be. Instead, use that opportunity, come back in the next match, come back stronger and try and push even that extra little bit harder to try and secure that winner chicken dinner if that is what you are aiming for. But I mean, at least we'd expect the teams to bring in a good balance, a good consistency coming in between the balance of placement points and those kill points as well. And now as we're getting ready to move in to our third match of the day, it is going to be Erangel. Once again, the teams now have the opportunity to make up for whatever they could have missed out on the first or second game. It is going to be quite exciting to see what the teams are going to be doing. We will be heading into the plane momentarily, of course, to see what exactly that flight path has in store for us. And well, for me, the main thing is going to be where that first zone is going to be appearing. But first things first, flight path is what we need to look at. And it seems to be a very easterly flight path that we have coming in from the Nova crates, just making its way right past Stolber there. So yeah, I'm curious to see what the teams are going to be doing with that, and also just where exactly that flight, the first initial zone rather, is going to be popping up.
Yeah, there's something that I already know, right? We will see RICO Infinity team in Severny. Like, I feel like it's getting a little bit old, but it's very understandable. Like you get that, playing path, you go to the comfort spot, but it's about how to transition into that fighting mentality. From that very easy looting phase. That's the problem. Like sometimes when you play, you are very much with your guards up, knowing that someone's in close proximity. But if you continuously get these uncontested drops, sometimes when it comes to early to mid-game, neutral fights, your mind might not be as prepared. And so that is the issue sometimes, like for these teams. But with this playing path, definitely allowed some drops coming through. We've got Revolution going to military base, SUDOR Esports. Both teams really joining us this week only for Super Weekend, and that will be them getting the circle as well. You know what? Like without them, maybe that Southern Island is just extremely empty, and it will be about the fight to come here first. But with these two teams, the interesting thing will be whether they are good enough. Okay, after missing one Super Weekend, of course, we may doubt their ability, DK. But now that they've got a circle like this, how can they control and maybe get some priority and get some early momentum by maybe holding some power positions or even bridge control? We are going to find out very soon.
Yeah, and of course, looking at league play, we didn't have too many zones in towards the southern edge, so it's going to be quite interesting to see exactly, as you pointed out, what SUDOR and the players there from Revolution are going to be doing. They have now been presented with an amazing opportunity to set themselves up in anticipation of those teams rotating in, and of course we can already see Volt there from the side of the KURD squad getting knocked at the hand of the Falcons, and with that, of course, it is the end for him. A few moments into the game and we already have our first player down. Volt getting taken right on out. We do see a little bit of contention over in towards that school kind of Rozhok region as well. But down south, that is where it is going to be pressure, as we can see the players from Fate now approaching the eastern bridge. And I think that is a pretty good call coming in from Fate, though. I mean, you just being quite reactive, just quickly jumping in their vehicles while, looking to strike while the iron is still hot. As we know, there is not a lot of teams over on towards that southern island just yet. So I think it's a good call coming in from them.
I think it's a pretty decent call as we see how everything started early game. Didn't come close to Yasnaya. I know Falcons not been doing very well with some of the hot drops, but don't challenge it to this extent. And you can see this side for Fate Esports, like they're basically making the bet to say, hey, you know what, with this circle, we bet it's going to the southern island, so we get early bits of loot, quick rotation. We continue to grab the other bits of loot on that southern island, especially in those parts on the northern coastline. There's still cars there, there's still loot there. If teams want to drop their southern island, they probably just full drop in Novo and military base, and they were right. Like, so right now it's about maybe getting out of this situation because they've only got one car and they ran into someone, and that's not going to be easy. But right here, we come back to this compound. Like, YaLLa is in here trying to maybe just clear out one or two players from certain info. So it will be about a battle of support. YaLLa right inside, cruising on the outside will be Lusail, the winner of game 2. Let's see whether they are still fit and hot.
Oh, Salam steps it up, finds the spray, but Powerful comes in with this powerful pre-fire there. managing to find the head straight on in towards them. And of course, Salam getting thirsted. Yusuf and the rest of the team here from YaLLa now on the defensive play. Wanted with a good spot, but gets taken right on down. Up comes Carry Boy. Will he be able to carry his team to victory? We'll find out soon enough. Rip now just playing that off angle position. But here we go. YaLLa now looking to dominate this compound. Will they get the job done? Gary Boy getting spotted. The shots come through. Oh, quick reactions, but down he goes. Gary Boy picks up the knock, but gets knocked out in turn. Now Rip, we can see him. He's like, oh no, no thanks. I'd rather just go get back up into zone. And I think that's a very wise decision coming in from Rip. I hope that he continues to zone, and you know, because I mean, come on, if he's gonna try and lie in wait for them, he's only got shotguns. What, he can't do all that much just yet with 2 shotties on his back.
Both teams lack a little bit of coordination there, DK. You can see Lusail coming in with the crash. You know, ideally you want to come in kind of at the same time with that type of situation in multiple angles, but they came in kind of one by one, so it will be always thinking whether I should fight or whether I need to, you know, support. And so it's tricky. But YaLLa also had their small bits, right? But YaLLa want to take some fights, you know, with the jump down, but they didn't do it at the same time, causing some knocks to come through instead of clean 2v1s in certain skirmishes. So teams are still warming up, apparently, and that is YaLLa needing to make it cleaner. And you can see teams eventually come in, and when it comes to tempo and pacing, Fate definitely beats a lot of teams too. There's very decisive and very, you know, blunt, to be fair, to decide is Southern Island. But these teams will grab a little bit more through that looting phase and now come in. You can see KURD 12 on this western bridge alongside another team right here, which is Revolution. Let's see who can get that one. KURD 12 doesn't have the numbers advantage. Seems like Revolution has got a bit of a heads up.
But this is a good play coming in from Revolution. I mean, they dropped all the way over in towards Millie base. Now they've rotated up in anticipation of teams looking to push across. And I mean, they are just smiling all the way through, finding the hits, finding the sprays. Golden about to get thirsted up. And we got Hazard, of course, just off in the distance on the opposite end of the bridge. Now deciding it could probably be a better decision to go the other way. But meanwhile, we do see Smoker now getting picked up by Riva as the sprays come through easy. Still, fortunately, there to provide a bit of assistance. But, well, will it be all for naught as his teammate has already been taken down? Riva now looking to move on in. The first kill on board for the players there from KURD 12. Easy, cooking up the nade. Looking at the snowman. Riva sending his grenade up in a response. A little bit of a preemptive grenade getting sent on through. And now, I mean, KURD 12 reduced down to only 2 remaining players. Riva now on this side of the bridge, and his teammate, of course, holding on to that northern edge. But ideally, I don't know which way really they have to try and take this play. I mean, Riva being put on a bit of a back foot here.
It's tricky. Like, to be fair, Revolution could do this a little bit quicker. I feel like with the pressure that they could provide from that coastal line, from that bridge position. And you can see KURD 12 here just like losing player after the Knicks. And to be fair, like, Easy could have just bought more time, pushed the side of Riva out of cover, and maybe these like off angle can, you know, really get something out of it. But at this PMPL, I think at this level of play, you always, like, the good players always think about where the Overwatch are. So that is why sometimes they are very reluctant to move out of certain covers, and Riva's been holding that spot well and still absorbing pressure, to say the least. Like, it's 2v4 after all, if not 2v3. So that is still going to be very interesting. And you can see Fate notice that military base is basically looted, so they go on to the split compounds. What a beautiful formation to say, we found a spot on that southern island first, we notice what's been looted, we extend that looting phase, but we will definitely have good access to the circle. It will go to the southern side, mostly southwestern part, in fact. So that will be so many teams, 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 teams, and 8 9 still on that northern part of that main island. So that is Galaxy Racer coming in, maybe controlling the north side of that western bridge, and still very hard to predict. I think, DK, it might be a melee base finish, so by the end of this phase we would have lost so many players.
I gotta say, it's gonna be quite exciting though. I mean, we do see quite a few teams now just rushing over on towards that island. We do have Real Tiger 9 and Raad jumping in the drink there, trying to have a bit of a swim around, come in with those rotations. But of course, the players from Fate, they've spread themselves out beautifully on towards that southern edge of the island. SUDOR holding on to the eastern bridge, but Galaxy Racer now on the approach. Now, this could be an opportune moment for the players there from Revolution actually to get themselves set up towards that western bridge position, looking to gatekeep a few more teams. They've already done a slight bit of that, you know, putting quite a bit of carnage into the players there from KURD 12. And meanwhile, iKURD triple on the opposite end, now just picking up YaLLa as YaLLa comes in with a very, very late rotation. Bandar flying over Everest. And I mean, it's only Bandar and Yusuf now remaining for the side of YaLLa.
I think multiple teams shared a similar idea. Of course, YaLLa was involved in some early fights, but a lot of tier 1 teams would go for a very important center position early on. But because it's such a hard shift, teams are waiting and thinking when's the best time to enter, being the most unpredictable. But when you share that thought, it turns into a lot of that neutral fight, right, in this early phase. And in phase 2, they're still almost tanking blue, and that is usually quite unusual for the side for PMPL level play. So it's all about, you know, that given circle with, you know, the drop distribution, I would say, for the teams, which they know, like, from their spreadsheets and their research and homework. So, you know, like, Galaxy Racer, also knowing the limits, not over-rotating, will just try to establish tempo from that side of the bridge. I completely agree with that. There's no need to fall into a trap.
Yeah, I think that is a good strategy to come in. And now looking at the players here from Cryptics, also on the approach towards that bridge. It's going to be interesting to see whether or not Cryptics are going to try and swim across to get on towards that Millie Island, or whether or not they're going to try and take that approach to the bridge. Meanwhile, the players here from Raad having a bit of a splash in the blue. Well, in the blue and the blue, you know, so it's going to be a pretty tough one for them. As fortunately, it's only the second phase, so the amount of damage being done is not insane just yet. Lusail, of course, losing their last remaining player all the way up in towards the blue zone, as we could see there. But I mean, yeah, it's going to be an interesting one, regardless, to see of what, you know, where these teams are going to try and rotate into. And surprisingly, the players there from KURD squad, they've started their rotation close to potentially that whole Kameshki kind of region up in the north. And now they're making this long trek all the way back up in towards the zone. I mean, that is quite the distance to try and cover. But now the zone shifting up. I mean, Galaxy Racer, just like, what even is going on? They find themselves beautifully set up within that zone.
And their new team name should be Circle Magnet. Right, let's just put it out there. And this is a very crazy circle. Not only is it almost a third on main island, a third in that southern island, but also a third in the water. I think we would need to see some monkey play. You know, monkey play doesn't sound too good. Right? We're talking about parkour, right? Like onto the bridge. There could be some bridge plays and towards that end game, because it's still crazy. I mean, on that map, it says phase 3. Why does it look like a phase 5 or 6 circle? Not really, you know, it's not about the size. It's about how limited, you know, options there are for the circle. And we can see two teams holding each end. We've got Revolution holding the south side and Galaxy Racer controlling the north. But of course, we've still got some hills and land for these teams to fight. RICO Infinity didn't want to over-rotate, and we understand that, and that could still be a great place. It feels so far, DK. Like, this seems extremely far to where we expect the circle to be, but it's still all in. After all, it's still phase 3.
I mean, I can tell you this is going to be quite an interesting zone. Looking at YaLLa, they've got only 2 remaining players just holding on towards this northeastern side. Right there alongside them, of course, we have the players from SCYTES coming in behind them. We also see a few teams positioned up ahead, and I'm curious to see exactly like how the teams are going to try and approach this, because I mean, the players there, of course, from Cryptics, they have themselves in a decent setup. But Fate and SUDOR over on towards the island itself, going to try and make a bit of a play here. SUDOR rotating all the way from that eastern bridge position, rushing in to a more western play. And I mean, a good compound to be in, as we can see here, but they have to try and focus and try and prioritize the position within the zone. Fate playing this one beautifully, setting themselves up on towards the southern edge. And I mean, if that zone stays on the island, they're going to be in an absolutely golden position. But of course, we also have to take into consideration what could happen if it moves up in towards the north. Meanwhile, SCYTES are going to be trying to apply a bit of pressure on towards the team of the Falcons here. Never alone. Now comes rushing in, spots the opportunity, comes in with a bit of a spray, but he gets picked up in the window. iKURD just capitalizing on that surprise element. Great focus actually coming in from the side of SCYTES here.
Man, I mean, that drive away is, of course, a textbook bait. Like, that is the thing. Like, Never Alone should know better, but you know what? You take your chances, and that was actually the off angle and the cover fire being better. And Twisted Minds on this side trying to catch, you know, teams that are a little bit late to the party. And KURD squad, is this a boat trip? Like, by them, excuse me, that is like it's been so long, and they will be choked on that water, and that might just be them out. But Circle, exactly, would be the response, and that is going over to the southern side a little bit more, but still the bridge in play.
I mean, this is a golden position for Galaxy Racer. They can now just sit there and clean up this northern edge as they are already within that zone. But now the players here from Cryptics as well as SCYTES, they're going to be having a pretty tough time trying to cross all the way on through. Ra'ad, meanwhile, getting eliminated by the hand of the blue as it comes in and claims their lives. A very sad finish for Ra'ad, but, well, it is the way it is. We do have the Falcons as well as SCYTES. Not just, you know, looking for some submarines over there on the bottom end of the beautiful lake. But here we go. Real Tiger 9 and the team from Fate got themselves in a bit of a tussle over on towards the southern edge. Revolution still holding on to that bridge position. And, I mean, it's great to see how this position actually worked out beautifully for them. I mean, they've only had to rotate from military base towards this western bridge, and they are still in zone.
You know what? I think the side of Fate is not playing the best split right now. Yes, I understand they've got the proactiveness early game, but they need to carry that over to right now. They've got those hills. They should adjust the split to send someone closer to that bridge, because with that given zone means people will not challenge the bridge directly. A lot of them may just get funneled into swimming. You need to catch those people coming off that northern shoreline, and that is some mistakes, in my honest opinion, that they've made. But Galaxy Racer, yes, textbook, and seems like a very good one, right? But they need to make sure that they have the best trigger discipline. They need to make every shot count, because if they peek and don't get the knock, they are too far to support each other, and their spots can be crashed and taken away. Freak will continue to take that one, but he knows his limit, and that will actually be iKURD triple, threading the needle, making it onto that western bridge.
Oh, it's going to be such a tough play. I agree. Galaxy Racer need to be so careful. So many teams in the vicinity with RICO Infinity and YaLLa holding up alongside them, as well as iKURD triple. Here we go. The shots coming through. Hamadi getting picked up by Marshall. Good show of aggression coming in here from the side of Cryptics, but of course they need to continue with this momentum. They need to continue to push. Rauf just holding on to this cliff edge, cooking up the nade. I don't think he's been spotted just yet. He could have a beautiful opportunity here. Oh, but he gets lasered from the opposite side. iKURD triple helm end, coming in with that sneak attack from the bridge, finds the confirmed easy point on board. And this is what's so challenging about this lighthouse position. You got to be watchful of, or so careful of all these different angles. And now Freak and Lord, the two remaining hopefuls there for Galaxy Racer. It is going to be such a tough play to bring.
It's a very tough split to hold down. I mean, like, if it's one level lower, it would be easy, but because people would know this is probably what's happening, so it's so hard to hold it down. Like we said, so hard to peek in this area. So many of them just waiting and scouting. Look at that bridge and see whoever peeks dies, and that's exactly why. And Galaxy Racer lose their spot. The split was aggressive. It makes sense on paper, but when it comes to execution, it's harder than ever, because teams know what to avoid, and that is them out at 12th place.
Well, I mean, that is just such a tough one. Of course, no surprise looking at the sheer number of players in this region. But of course, we saw that zone shifting up once again, moving up in favor actually of Revolution. But now the plays here from iKURD. Triple need to try and finish up this bridge play and get their efforts all the way back on towards that southern island. Cryptics now just trying to make the most of this position. RICO Infinity right there alongside them, but iKURD Triple as well as FalconsEsport. Everyone now just migrating back up in towards zone. El Chapo just comes flying off the hilltop in behind the rock. A good call, but will he be able to secure that position? RICO Infinity right there alongside them. This is where Cryptics need to be so careful. It's going to be a pretty tough play, whichever way it goes. And here we go. The vehicles come flying in. Do they land it? Oh, no. They land themselves in a very vulnerable position.
But you know what? It's not going to be easy, to find those fishies. But you know, crazy is there for sure. And the team need to think about this, though. Like, they've only got a trio. They haven't established the best spot in the circle yet, I believe, and they still need to think about what to do. So the plan now is to grab every single kill, maybe before they absolutely have to go. And Falcons actually already in a decent spot, so they found their way in, and Revolution still probably in the strongest position. Yeah, they can strike multiple sites, they can kill more than one, they are in cover, they've got a decent split, they've got info on every part of the map.
Well, another team that's also got a good position there, I believe, is the side of Fate. Just looking at where they are positioned, we can see them already now starting to put a few of those nails in towards the teams over on that eastern side. And here we go. Players from Twisted Mind trying to inch their way closer to the edge of that zone, but Revolution up ahead. Oh, there we go. Vigas cooking up the grenade, sends it through. Oh, but he receives one in turn, though. Beautiful knock coming straight on through. iKURD managing to evade the damage, but up comes the rest of the squad there from Twisted Minds. Dami, as well as Kaito. Now feeling a little bit of that pressure as the shots come through. Destiny just holding up down below. It is going to be quite the risky play. So many more teams positioned up in towards this northern area. Revolution, let's see, will they be able to get the job done? iKURD comes in, but Crazy comes in the off angle there. Sneaks this cheeky shot in. Picks up Dami in the process. The quickest way down is going to be into the water. But of course, we have the players from Falcons sitting there watching, waiting. You see those grenades now getting sent on in, and they are just clearing up the waterway.
Man, this is the Falcons we've been waiting for. Like, we talked about those teams that didn't make it into week one. How about Falcons who did terribly in week one? This game alone, they can get so many points, and you can see everyone's just trying to find that small bit of land, trying to lay down the last shot right there. Twisted Minds actually making it into Final 6, but Falcons is the team to watch right now, but they do not have the circle, so it's about finding that pacing and that trait in that end game. Destiny 1v1 against Neverlone. Neverlone takes it.
Yeah, Destiny having his backpack sticking out, and of course Falcons just capitalizing on that, putting the spray down in, and off he goes. But of course, here we go. Fate looking to reposition, having zone once again. Quite a bit of fighting still on the outlying regions. The blue zone about to start closing in. The teams need to focus on that position. Kaito now being put in quite a difficult position here. Will he be able to make it through? He's got the M249 in hand. Oh, so many bullets to utilize, but it doesn't matter. As long as the grenades come your way, you are done and dusted. Ghost, of course, now trying to have a bit of a splash there. Triple iKURD triple rather, trying to make their play. Ali gets picked up. The blue zone swoops in. Helmet comes under fire. Never alone, now trying to focus his efforts that way. Picks up Crazy in the process, as well as Helmet. Beautiful play. Blue zone coming in with a great assist there, and down they go. 3 teams now remain to fight it out for the winner chicken dinner, and Fate, I gotta say, are looking beautiful.
Is the macro game, is the pacing from phase 1 that set them up. They were able to adjust those splits after all and play cover to cover and know which segment to control. And now they have a great position. Falcons need to push in. Falcons been ready to fight. They have been fighting, but they don't have the vehicles. We also have Fate with the backdraw. Arif will try to land more shots. The Overwatch cannot fall right now, but they do have the numbers advantage.
Oh, lost. Just fortunately applying that med at exactly the right time, but his teammates are now coming under pressure, coming under fire. Last makes a quick run for the rock. Takes damage on the approach. He is the last remaining hopeful for his team. Will he be able to pull it off? Off comes Fate. They clear it up and down they go. The Falcons get eliminated. Now only 2 teams remain. It is, of course, KURD 12 up against the side of Fate. A 1v4 play. And of course, well, it is a little bit of a water finish here as Reef gets right on into the business. They're looking to find the spray down. Will he be able to close it up? Isawi and the rest of the team there just fishing for those hit markers. But fortunately, Hazard has been able to just swim off to the side, not getting spotted just yet. But he is going to start drowning. Down he goes, and it is the finish. Well done, well played. Fate taking the winner chicken dinner, finishing strong on 8 kills and some decent points on the board. I mean, it was just a matter of time, and Fate, as Fate had, just worked out so beautifully for them.
Amazing, holding on strong to that second place, eh? And the first chicken dinner as well. So well done to this team. And you can see they've been getting the spotlight by being the most decisive. Yes, they are not too far from the bridge, and it allowed them to do that. But they're not the only team who got the position to make that type of rotation work. But they did it so well, and they did not waste time in certain parts as well. They went straight to the compounds that allowed them to do what they needed to, and then the pacing was just spot on from this lads. And so, wow, very good one.
Yeah, really, really good play coming in there from them. That, of course, being the first chicken dinner for Fate. Speaking of chickens, let's have a look at the match rankings to see how many points the teams were able to bring in. And as we, of course, see Fate sitting up in pole position on 23 points. Falcons actually swooping into that second point there with 10 kills on board, 20 total points. iKURD triple finishing strong on 11 kills. Good to see two teams coming in with those double-digit plays, but unfortunately, KURD 12 and SCYTES were only able to find 1 kill apiece. And, well, they do still get some decent points on the board, but Twisted Mind sneaking into that 6th place with 5 kills on board, putting them side by side to the players there from SCYTES. So, again, 9 points, nothing too bad just yet. But, of course, we look to see a little bit more improvement on that. So, SCYTES now having a good placement. Next round up, they need to focus on those kills once again. And I mean, looking at the kills overall, they only have a grand total of, I think it was 8 or something like that. But now, second page, this is where it looks a little bit tougher. RICO Infinity, SUDOR, and YaLLa, not necessarily not necessarily a page we see them on too frequently. The same, of course, going for Galaxy Racer. But I mean, Galaxy Racer finding themselves in such a difficult position towards that lighthouse with the sheer number of teams moving in on towards their position. Yeah, I'm not surprised to see them getting eliminated at that point. But, I mean, still, good effort coming in from them. Unfortunately, it just didn't work out for them.
Yeah, it is a very tough spot. I mean, I've been thinking, about that same scenario, DK, and it lasts, 20, 30 seconds, because it's so hard to decide how to split around that. You cannot clump. Right? It's so hard to clump. It's very punishable, but it's so hard to establish a split that can also be more prone, should I say, safe from people trying to get an opening knot onto you, as well as, I don't know, like just taking it away from you. It's really, really hard. So, I mean, they tried, and you can see every peak there was extremely scary. And 2 of those players were just taken out when they're trying to apply pressure. That is the price of holding a power position that people expect.
Yeah. Well, speaking about power positions, we look to see who our MVPs are for this match. And of course, moving in, we can see it is the side of Fate. It is the players coming in from Falcons as well as Twisted Mind. So we got Ragnarok, Never Alone, and Destiny. Ragnarok, of course, closing it up with 5 kills and 555 damage. Well, that's a lot of 5s. Of course, Never Alone coming in with 4, finishing on 645 damage. And Destiny finishing strong also on 4 kills with 613 damage. So some really good plays coming in this sparse match. Of course, well, we need to see what the overall standings look like and where the teams currently find themselves. No surprise to see Galaxy Racers still at the top. Of course, that lead of theirs closing slowly as Fate bringing in some strong efforts, of course, finding their first winner chicken dinner. So some really strong consistency coming in there from the side of Fate. Now, of course, closing that gap, and it is now down to only 80 points. I mean, that's potentially even 78 points. But, who's counting? It's still a good, decent lead coming in from Galaxy Racer. Lusail, of course, moving up as well, as we can see there, up into that 3rd position. I mean, it's pretty decent to see the teams, being quite active on this leaderboard. I mean, Lusail, they were in 3rd place. They're still in 3rd place. RICO Infinity getting moved all the way down into 5th place from 4th. KURD Squad, of course, getting moved down into 6th. iKURD Triple actually getting moved from 6th all the way up in towards 4th. And now as we move into our 2nd page, Cryptics still in the same spot. NASA also holding strong. Their Twisted Minds actually coming in with a bit of a jump there. They swapped places with the players there from Real Tiger 9. Triple Vibes still the same place. And of course, Falcons also creeping their way up into 14th instead of 15th. We got the team there from Arabia getting moved into 15th place, as well as the team there from Road to Glory. Now, we know these are the 2 teams, or 2 of the teams rather, that are not participating in the Super Weekend. So I'm still waiting for that breakthrough to come in for the players of SCYTES, SUDOR, Revolution, and Ra'ad, as we now get ready to move on to the 2nd page. In a few moments, we'll see exactly where they find themselves. And I mean, the points are starting to climb up, but it's not there just yet. So hopefully they find that kind of momentum, that rhythm, and just keep on improving. As you can see, SCYTES, they've been able to find a good rhythm with regards to placement, but now we need to see that come through in their kill points as well. SUDOR, pretty balanced, good amount of placement points and kill points. It's very even, very balanced. Of course, like to see the same come through for Revolution as well as Ra'ad.
Yeah, you can see if we are working at, our base on average point per game, like these so-called bottom teams that came in are actually not doing bad at all. Like SCYTES averaging 10 points per game. That is, if they just keep at that pace, they can just take away some of these spots like easily. I think for me personally, looking at that first page, DK, it's really difference from maybe 3rd to 8th place is extremely small, so small that one huge game can bring you from 8th place to 3rd place. And if you can just deliver that in that exact manner, like in the coming game or 2, it's a huge swing of momentum and a huge boost for this for the mentality as well, because seeing yourself just being able to get into first page to top 3 is massive.
Yeah, well, speaking about momentum, we are getting ready to move into the match, which allows for a lot of momentum gathering to occur. Of course, that is going to be over on towards Sanhok. So without much further ado, we're going to be jumping into a quick break, and we'll return right after with our Sanhok match. So stay tuned.
Mr. DJ.
لعيبه الايكورد وناصر حكينا انه هو اللي حيكون المفتاح. ناصر وهيرو وفعلا نابو يا ولد يا نابو يا ولد يا نابو يا ولد يا نابو. لو كان الابداع رجل لشكرته يا نابو.
Hello and welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Arabia Season 2. My name is DK. With me is Professor Tarzan. And of course, got to give a shout out there to Nono Live, PUBG Mobile Pro League Twin official media partner. Of course, Tarzan, we've been seeing some pretty exciting gameplay. And actually, I've been looking back at to what we had in our previous season of the weekends. And of course, I mean, looking at SUDOR's first super weekend in the first season, they ran on they were able to bring in a grand total of 10 points after all 15 matches. This season already, they're sitting on 23 points on the first day. So I'm quite hopeful that SUDOR kind of step it up once again, because we know after them playing their first super weekend, they were able to finish strong on 116 points. So some high expectations coming in here from them. And of course, the players from SCYTES, they had a little bit of a tough run for their first super weekend last season, only finishing on 58 points, but so far so good. 30 points on board, and this is only day one. So definitely looking pretty strong for both these teams. So we're looking to see whether or not they'll be able to continue with that. Of course, the expectation is right out there for Ra'ad as well. We know that they've been able to bring in 2 winner chicken dinners as well as 104 points in the first super weekend in which they participated. So now, you know, the bar has been set. The expectation is up there. And now we look to see whether or not the teams can deliver on that front, kind of meet those expectations and potentially even surpass them.
Yeah. And you know what? That is the thing as well. Like what you mentioned when it comes to SUDOR is what we need to remember. This is like so versatile. Like there's so many surprises that can come in still. They started that way, but they ended the season at 3rd place, and they represented the region to EMEA. Like that is nothing to mess around. But of course, you want to be more consistent, and this map as well is where you really need to hold it down as well. Yes, I know we haven't had a lot of this in the past, but this week we had a lot. Have they learned their lesson? Can they make it out stronger? We are yet to find out. This is match 4 out of 5, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you are as ready as we are.
Well, yes, indeed. Of course, looking at the flight path, it is cutting straight through the map, right through the middle. But of course, Sanhok, flight path doesn't matter all too much. What's more important is those positionings and, of course, where that first initial zone is going to be popping up. We see that players there from Galaxy Racer dropping all the way down in towards that Sami position. The zone pops up. A very centralized region, of course, centering up alongside the trifecta there. Now we just need to wait and see where exactly these teams are going to be looking to go. And I mean, just looking back to all the stats that we've got of the past seasons and, all these lovely things. I mean, I'm actually quite impressed with the performance coming in from Galaxy Racer. Like their first super weekend they played in the previous season, they ended up on 141 points. This one so far, I mean, they finished off on 227 points. So an absolutely phenomenal improvement coming in from them. And we've seen some pretty strong improvements coming in from several of these teams based on their performances in the previous season. But now that is all behind us. We all got to focus on what is happening in the here and the now. And of course, right here, right now, we've got the players from Twisted Mind and YaLLa up in towards bootcamp. So potentially quite a bit of action could be coming from this point. And I've got to say, I'm quite excited to see what the teams have in store for us.
You know what? I feel like part of the issue with the point for Twisted Mind could come from this type of play. Like the pass, you know what? Hold that one because that is a trap. Golden with the golden trap. Aram goes down right here. You know what? Maybe it's homework. I always want to believe that it's homework. Like when they've done the homework, you put the trap, you execute, and you get rewarded. Great way, and you feel so good as well, like to be able to do that. So KURD 12, done something right for sure, and they're not the only team that's got something though. Like Real Tiger 9 got a huge, crazy 1-2-1 split. If you didn't see it, between the trifecta, they had the split like across the 3 islands is what they did, and that was crazy. It's to pinch one of these teams that were new. Right, to the Super Weekend, and they want to exert dominance. So great play coming through is exactly what we want from this level of play.
Oh, well, now we got to wait and see what they have in store for us. Real Tiger 9 already finding that first elimination onto the players here from Revolution. Of course, dropping up into this whole trifecta region. It's quite exciting. Of course, Easy being the first one to bite the dust. Now, Abud getting encircled as the players here from Real Tiger start to move in. Kappa Yaxi as well as Ramp. And of course, Zero trying to make a bit of a play. Or Zeko rather. Oh, here we go. The spray down comes through. Bit of pre-fire and quite a few hits actually landing on Abud. Ramp comes rushing in to finish it off. Zeko looking so excited. Coming in with the air punches. Kappa Yaxi moving in to finish him off. And again, a nice show of aggression. Real Tiger now already sitting with 2 kills on board. Both of those kills coming in from the side there of Revolution. And meanwhile, up in towards Bootcamp, the players from Twisted Minds are playing a more centralized position. They've got 2 players in the main building. Kaito and his teammate, of course, splitting off, just holding those off angles. But YaLLa, you can see Ida just creeping his way up towards Kaito. Bandar right there on the same side as him. And Yusuf and Powerful sitting over on towards that western side. So I'm curious to see whether or not YaLLa is going to potentially try like a 2-2 pincer approach in on towards Bootcamp itself.
You know what? I can come back to this point that I started that I haven't finished. And I want to ask for your idea, actually, DK. So both of these teams, they, of course, had the potential, but when it comes to league play, to say the least, they have not done as well compared to before. Could that be due to this type of hot drop? Because in Week 2 league play is Erangel and Sanhok only. We didn't have, so there's a lot of Sanhok that we've got in league play, yeah? So both these teams, if they keep doing this, could that be the reason why they haven't got in so easily? I mean, of course, they are not like really struggling, but they are not playing at the highest level. They are not like dominating going into the Super Weekend. Could that be it, this hot drop in Bootcamp?
It could be. I mean, they had quite a few runs at both Erangel and Sanhok in the league plays. And, well, we got to wait and see just what exactly the teams are looking to apply, what they've learned coming from those league days. And, I mean, now we can see the players here from Real Tiger 9 looking to apply a bit of pressure onto the team there from KURD squad. But, of course, Twisted Minds keeping a very watchful eye. Up comes a double drop. Wow. Definitely being blessed with the goodies there. But now it's going to be a fight between KURD squad and the players there from Real Tiger 9. Up comes Zeko and Ramp. They're not waiting around. The feast has presented itself, and they want to feast. They want to get themselves set up, but Ramp taking quite a bit of damage. Of course, quickly managing to grab a bit of that loot. I mean, this is now game time. This is pressure, but as we know, and I've said this before as well, teams change up the way in which they play when they come into the Super Weekend. It's like almost a completely different team, and that is part of what makes it so exciting. Real Tiger 9 finding some beautiful angles, as we can see there. J9 just up ahead, Unknown also now just trying to inch his way through the grass and sights. Positioned right there behind him. A good position. They could cause quite a bit of chaos from that area. And now it's just down to, whether or not they can find those angles.
Real Tiger 9 is playing this early game so well. It's almost like they've prepared and they come and executed exactly what they planned to do, and it worked out. Like, the pacing was amazing, the tempo was great, and the confidence is there. But let's go back to Bootcamp. Twisted Mind will get the return knock on the side, so both teams bleeding out right now with the third party from that hill. A very aggressive and hungry Real Tiger 9 squad overwatching.
Oh, but here we go. YaLLa now looking to apply the pressure onto the base here from Twisted Mind as they move in to the main building. The sprays come through. Of course, the res is also about to come on in. YaLLa playing this one quite cautious, already losing one of their players, Ida. But here we go. Yusuf has breached in. Powerful now, looking to move up. Kaito gets taken right on down. The fight for control of the main building is underway. Players here from Twisted Minds still sitting strong on all three players up and able. YaLLa now still also on three players, but we do see Yusuf actually trying to sneak his way around. He is getting pushed. Oh, he gets taken right on down. Destiny taking quite a bit of damage, but up comes Powerful. Will he be able to close it out with that Tommy gun? Sends the molly across. Oh, Figures runs straight through it. What is going on? YaLLa getting caught with a grenade in hand instead of changing to the weapons. Twisted Minds just capitalizing on the confusion there and sending them right back into the lobby. Meanwhile, Falcons will be taking up the side there of Revolution as well. So a pretty crazy start. Two teams getting eliminated almost simultaneously. And now 14 remain, 52 players still alive.
Well, blooper moments right there. I mean, this is the region that we've seen quite a few. I mean, end games with Pans as well. Definitely what we've seen. RICO Infinity trying to play a better game. We talked about how they can struggle a little bit, you know, like just from Erangel for some reason. You can't really struggle on that map right now. It's getting too important in pro play, but they did get themselves one kill. It's not just them maybe on the rise. Falcons might be trying to fly because they've got that early game. Yes, was not a chicken dinner, but it's a significant improvement compared to before. So still with the circle, kind of indecisive. Still ever so huge. Could go to any island DK. So waiting for the shift, and a lot of teams are ready to prepare in some key positions. I think Rad would be the team that is not really doing that. Same for Galaxy Racer, but Galaxy Racer know how to play the sweeping game, and this is where it gets interesting. If you were Galaxy Racer, you know, would you go towards the northwestern island, control that side, or would you just go for maybe Cam Charlie Bridge, then rotate wide in? Because we know how they play around Sami. I know how they would sometimes only come in phases 3 and 4, but that circle is tricky because even if Trifecta is in, it's still a very small piece of land, you know, compared to the rest of the circle.
I mean, it's a very difficult play to kind of try and pull off. I mean, as you said, Galaxy Racer, they know exactly what they're doing. They know how to play this. I mean, it's pretty evident looking at the leaderboard. It's just looking so insane. But of course, now in the meantime, we are going to be having the players there from KURD 12 rather coming under fire as Rio gets picked up right off of the back of the buggy there. Now, SCYTES positioned behind the trees right there alongside Real Tiger. Meanwhile, K12 are going to be making a quick dash for safety, moving in to boot camp. They've got quite a few teams hard on their heels, so they need to be so careful with how they approach this one. RICO Infinity, of course, holding up over on towards that side, but Ramp finds a beautiful spray straight up in towards the players there from the sides. And now pressure is on as Phobia slowly bleeding out, but fortunately for him, Razur is there to provide that res just to try and get those numbers back up. Meanwhile, Abood and Ghost just up ahead. Esketon keeping a very watchful eye, just lying in wait. But Rump, he needs to be careful. He can't be too exposed here. He's got another potential threat right there alongside him. So this is all now down to timing once again.
You know what? Real Tiger 9.
Crazy.
Yeah, like Real Tiger 9 been playing some crazy games. Like, it's exactly that. That's the adjective that I would go for. To be fair, they have not made a clear impression so far, like as far as I know. Right? But right now they are. This is really. It's almost like what the side of Fate Esports did in Game 3 is what Real Tiger 9 is doing. It's like they don't rely on this conventional swap into the mid-game aggression, but they just take it. Like any phase of the game, they want to take the most out of it. SUDOR can spoil this one. Both teams, them and Rad, needs to come in strong. And SUDOR with the trap. Let's see whether they've got the trigger discipline and comms to execute it.
Oh, there we go. Munir now striking down, finding a quick spray, but up comes Clever, stands up. Will he get the shot? No! He runs the opposite direction. Ra'ad now being in a beautiful position, but of course now the bounce comes in. SUDOR looking to strike, knocking out 3 of the players from Ra'ad. Delhop now making a quick dash for it, trying to get away Just moving to the edge there, next to the waterway. But this, of course, a beautiful opportunity for SUDOR now to gain a few extra kills on board. Al-Shamri, of course, getting knocked out in the process. Hopefully they'll focus on that res. Delhub being forced now to play a little bit of hide and seek. But already he was very close to this position before his teammates actually just got, you know, obliterated. And now we wait to see what this next zone shift is going to bring. Galaxy Racers still playing the blue, still just riding it out. Meanwhile, up ahead, it is looking pretty jam-packed. Of course, that bootcamp hill looking pretty crazy. Real Tiger, as well as the players there from KURD squad. We've got SCYTES also in the vicinity, as well as RICO Infinity. It's going to be so tough, but the zone centers up on the trifecta. And this could actually be a pretty decent play for the side there of Lusail. They have themselves positioned over on towards that northwestern side. They could sweep in behind the side of the Falcons and just potentially capitalize on the surprise element they have to their advantage. Now, of course, the players there from Twisted Minds over in towards Bootcamp, they're facing a bit of a tough time because they need to be so careful with how they look to rotate out of there, if any.
Yeah, and I think the tricky thing about Twisted Mind would be the fact that they've been fighting like through the early phases, and it's hard to get the extra resources. They won't be able to really move out unless they kill whoever came in. Like what we saw for K12, just blind crash into the like north side of Bootcamp. Like I personally find that south side, I should say, and personally I find that extremely bold. It's kind of what we saw yesterday from Galaxy Racer that caused them to die pretty early on, just cruising through multiple squads. But if that is the case, you know, that is the plan, then you need to do it at the best time, catching people like off guard kind of when they are still preparing, thinking about how to set up in the position. But Twisted Mind definitely still playing that split. I don't know whether it's the best way to play it. I think that split could be so huge that they don't know how to support each other, but being a team that drops in bootcamp, we need to think, I wish to believe that they know what to do, and that last bullet landing on that dome there, what a beautiful that sound that they made. And you know what, the KURD brothers right now is K12 finding iKURD triple doing something similar and punishing. RT9 is not scared to continue with the aggression.
Here we go. Real Tiger 9 now looking to bounce. Oh, man. Just rushing up alongside the players here from iKURD triple. The pressure is on. iKURD triple to reduce down to only 2. It is Ali. Oh, but here we go. The Molly's getting sent out. Kapayaksi getting caught on fire. Ali gets taken down. This is the opportunity that Real Tiger 9 has been waiting for to move in and strike R1. Trying to get that res in on his teammate. Jigsaw cooking up the grenade. Zeko also going to be looking to move. They've got a pretty good idea of where they could be. They need to be so careful that they don't blow themselves up in the process. Of course, a slow, steady tap coming in their directions. Molly is getting sent on out. iKURD triple looking to hold on. R1 quickly going for that med kit deployment. Jigsaw sends up a grenade, finds the spot. Down goes one. Ali, the last remaining player now. Will he be able to get the job done? Ramp trying to bring in a bit of free fire, but of course that wall is in the way. Up they come rushing in, and down it goes iKURD triple. Beautiful push coming in from Real Tiger 9. 7 kills on board.
They are so aggressive. They are the Tigers that we are waiting for. They play exactly what their name would suggest. The tricky thing is, will they lose control to Bootcamp Hill? It's just a very small ridge right above them. But you know what? Because that fight was wrapped so quickly, they're able to hold that down. SUDOR will face Galaxy Racer after setting a good trap. The Kings are in town, and this will be the test. Look at the zone go. It will push them away from the southwest island. They need to think how to wrap this up. How do you approach this? Can you rotate whilst not killing an extra one? Will you get stabbed in the back? All these questions they need to ask. We will get to that answer soon. It will be a trade coming through. Freak will be knocked.
Oh, here we go now. SUDOR trying to push on in, but Galaxy Racer just holding up their defensive line, puts the knocks on through. Beautiful trade off. SUDOR still holding on to the position. We can see Lord now just trying to quickly scope it out, trying to see if they can find that angle. They do indeed find it over onto what's clever. Rauf also advancing his own position, and Al-Shamri up ahead. The shots come through. The trade-off is in, and with that, SUDOR gets sent right back into the lobby. Galaxy Racer absolutely on fire.
It's almost like they are this terror for all these teams that they see their name pop up in kill feed upon that kill confirmation, that they started running like headless chickens. That is crazy how they can actually find those angles to finish that fight. I thought it would be those things and situations where the star of Galaxy Racer need to trade. Right? But they wrapped it up anyway. How the heck did they manage to do that? But you know what? Going into the trifecta will be hard. We've got teams already set up to stop these rotations. Lusail, the Kings of the Hills from the Northwest, is now in town. Need to slowly sweep through though, and it's the right time to come in. I'd say if they're earlier, they might clash with Falcons a little bit earlier, but Falcons already set up, now finding the sight lines, but that is not too good of a spray.
Oh, beautiful play coming in there. Oh, Lusail now just getting caught out in the open as they're trying to approach in. Of course, putting in a few beautiful nails of their very own. But up comes Wanted, cooking up the grenade, setting it right over the crest there. Now moving in. Oh, there we go. Trade-off comes in. Down he goes. Salam cooking up a grenade of his very own. Sends it in. It overshoots a little bit. Right up alongside the vehicle. Rip getting taken down in the process. Falcons now just looking to hold on. Still all 4 players in the game. But of course, the players there from the Cryptics on the opposite end of the waterway, assisting with a bit of a third party. Salam, the last remaining hopeful for Lusail. Will he be able to get the job done? Will he be able to find those hits? Blue zone, of course, making its way on in, grabbing a quick med there from his teammate. But now the pressure is on Salam, quickly trying to get the health bar back up into fighting form. Ra'ad, meanwhile, getting eliminated at the hand there of the players from Galaxy Racer, I believe that was. But here we go. Pressure is on Falcons. They have the position within zone. Salam trying to snake his way on in. Will he be able to get it done? Falcons holding off this defensive line. Damar, he did get knocked out and he's about to get sent off into the lobby. Off he goes, Salam, just holding on for dear life. The pressure is on. I don't really see Salam being able to pull this one off just yet, but who knows? Maybe he might surprise us and come in with a beautiful, beautiful clutch. Meanwhile, the rest of the team there from Falcons are going to be looking to position themselves back up in it towards zone. Cryptics also moving in. They saw the team trying to get across. Falcons now out in the water. A very compromising position. Oh, man. It is going to be such a tough one. Meanwhile, up on the Rozhok Hill. A bootcamp hill, rather. We do have the players here from Real Tiger 9 and RICO Infinity side by side, fighting it out for control of this hilltop.
Man, I mean, Real Tiger 9 should know this spot, right? They set up this whole early to mid game to control with this exact spot to be the destination. And that is them getting the knock that way. But you know what? Jigsaw can't stay in a very expected position. And that will become the crash. Actually, Arnas actually leading the damage chart earlier. And he takes a second one with him.
Oh, here we go. Anas now looking to make a bit of a play. Salam still alive, but here we go. Oh, Phobia getting it knocked right on down. Ramke making a quick dash for its sights, getting eliminated. Real Tiger 9 and RICO Infinity not stopping the fight just yet, just repositioning it back up in towards the zone. But this is where we could see RICO Infinity really looking to capitalize on the advantage they have at hand. Zeko now just getting absolutely ripped to pieces. Ramp now the last remaining hopeful here for Real Tiger 9. So this could be that play for RICO Infinity to swoop on in. KURD squad get eliminated. It is absolutely chaotic, but no surprise to see this come through over on towards the map of Sanhok. Fate now coming under fire as RICO Infinity just turning their attention everywhere and anywhere they can. Anas quickly dropping down behind the hardcover reef, now trying to bring in a little bit of retaliation. Ragnarok, of course, getting knocked right on down. It is up to Laith, Isawi, and Reef to bring it home for the side of Fate. But here we go, the shots come through. Beautiful spray down as Anas is just so on fire.
What the heck is this circle, by the way? And Galaxy Racer actually made the macro play to just go into the water, but that is big brain. They know the map so well that they find that little bit of ground that allows them to strike against other fishies and don't have to heal underneath the water. And that is actually multiple teams needing to come in. That is Cryptics first to here to set up, but they only got 2 players. Will that be enough? The answer is uncertain.
Oh, here we go. Cryptics, they've got a good position within the zone. They just need to hold on and just ward off any advances coming in their direction. Of course, El Chapo gets taken right on down as RICO Infinity are making a dash for zone. Of course, a quick trade-off coming through. Ram now making a run for his team, but he gets picked up as he done sends the spray right on through. Anas slowly bleeding out, and yes, some insane amount of kills already on board. But it is far from over. 5 teams remain to fight it out for the winner with a chicken dinner prestige. Sends the grenades across, picks up El Chapo. Lazy Boy right there on the edge, follows through with yet another one to get the confirm. Lazy Boy trying to retaliate with a few grenades of his own, but not yet finding the spot. But he gets picked up. Prestige on fire.
Would that be it? Would that be RAT's chicken dinner? They've got the circle. Other players just can't practically get in. You either expose yourself or you just drown, and that might be it. It's 3v1.
Well, being the last one left, opposing the side of RICO Infinity. A very fitting name here, but now the pressure is on. Will he be able to make a stand? RICO Infinity just looking absolutely phenomenal. 15 kills on board. Will they finish strong on 16? Oh, yes, indeed. The spray down comes through. RICO Infinity picking up their 16th kill for the match. Absolutely insane. Winner chicken dinner on board. What a way to finish it off.
It's absolutely crazy. Like, they are a team that likes going to the more northeastern side, swept their way through. Like, they did not go point to point, yeah? Like, they didn't think that I just want that spot and we want it free. No, they wanted resistance. They felt resistance. They've gone through resistance and they eliminated all of those. Insane. Enter that circle with 12 kills and just to grab a few more. What a great way to see. And you know what? Like, that was the best showing from this team so far. I feel like, yes, it's their third winner chicken dinner, but to get it on Sanhok in this manner, that was absolutely joy to watch.
Yeah, that is just beautiful to see. And I mean, it is so similar to the kind of RICO Infinity we saw in the previous season. So beautifully played. And of course, we are going to be jumping into our match ranking to see where the points are at the current moment after this match and moving in. RICO Infinity sitting on a very comfortable 31 pointer. We got the Falcons, of course, coming in strong there as well on 20 points. And Real Tiger 9 making quite a bit of a jump with the 10 kills. So those double digits really working out in their favor. Fate, as well as Galaxy Racer, managing to secure themselves 13 points apiece. And of course, well, we see the players there from KURD 12, as well as Twisted Mind, finishing strong on 4 kills, bringing in 6 and 5 points respectively.
We see a lot of good fights coming through. Good thinking, I would say. Of course, Real Tiger 9, we said again and again that early game they were the stars, right? Transitioning into later one, it was tricky from that position. Whether do we play it and stay here to strike and get a few more kills before going in, but it's already a little bit saturated, right? Like towards that coastal line. So after all, it's a huge game for them. And SUDOR, they had those glimpses of glamour, I would say, and they took down a fellow team that needed those points. Raad went out onto that trap close to that coastal line, very close to ruins, I would say. But Lusail actually struggling in this game, and I don't know. It's like some of these basics are slipping. It's almost crazy to say that they've won a game just today. So we've got another game for them to prove themselves. We're back onto Erangel, and we want to see some good PUBG, to say the least.
Yep, indeed we do. And of course, before we get there, we have to look at our MVPs to see who was the players with the most coming into this match. And of course, as we can see, some pretty impressive stuff coming in from Anas, as well as Hidden, but also Ramp right there alongside them. So RICO Infinity having 2 slots right up here. Anas coming in with 5 kills and 1,262 damage. That is just insane. Of course, Hedan finishing strong on 6 kills and 622 damage. And of course, Ramp taking that 3rd place there with 5 kills and 702 damage being dealt. Some pretty impressive stuff. But speaking about impressive, Tarzan, we need to see what the overall rankings look like. Because, I mean, these teams have just been stepping it up, performing like absolute beasts. And of course, well, no surprise to see who's sitting at the top there. But we do have, of course, the teams below Galaxy Racer now looking to advance their own position. They are making a bit of a stand and trying to inch their way up. not a lot of changes coming in really, but we do see, of course, the side there of RICO Infinity moving up into third. They were formerly in fifth place. Of course, iKURD getting moved down into fifth. They were in fourth. And then we see the team there from Lusail actually getting moved down into that fourth place, formerly sitting up in third place. KURD 12 moving up from 7th to 6th. We got the KURD squad actually moving from 6th place down to 7th. Cryptics now stepping up on it to this first page. They were sitting right at the top of that second page before the game had started. And of course, bringing in some really strong performances. YaLLa moving all the way down now into 9th, so just swapping places there with Cryptics. Real Tiger 9 actually jumping up from 12th place up into 10th. Twisted Mind still holding strong in 11th. NASA also now coming all the way down into 12th place from 10th. Falcons holding strong in that 13th place. They were in 14th before the match. And of course, Triple Vibes not playing today. We see the players there from Arabia as well as Road to Glory. These are our teams not participating in the Super Weekend, but well, so far they've done enough to still stay on that second page. I'm expecting this to change up quite a bit as the teams sitting over in 17th to 20th still have quite a few games up ahead of them, so we could see a few of those advances or those jumps coming on through. And of course, now these are the teams I'm referring to: SCYTES, SUDOR, Revolution, and Ra'ad. We did see a good effort, a good attempt coming in from Ra'ad over on towards Sanhok. Yes, it didn't exactly work out according to plan, but that is just kind of the way the cookie crumbles, right? So we still have several more games to go. We've only completed 4 matches so far. We still have 11 more matches in total to play through. So, well, the next one up for the day, of course, is going to be Erangel. So the teams will have yet another opportunity to get right back onto the home ground, to bring in any additional changes they feel they might have to add on top of their performances so far for the day. I'm quite excited to see what that will have in store for us. And Tarzan, are we expecting to see anything crazy?
I want to see crazy Falcons coming in because before we go any further, they've got 52 points in those 4 games, averaging 13 points. And they had some huge super weekends before. This is a very, very good start. Yeah, because they've only got 38 points in 15 games last week. And they surpassed that just in arguably 3 games. Now 4 games definitely surpassed with some buffer as well. Could they make a miracle run? I think there could be a possibility.
Well, we'll have to wait and see what the final match has in store for us. Of course, we are going to be getting ready to move into a bit of a break before we move into our final match of the first day of the second Super Weekend. That sounds like a really complicated explanation, but that is exactly what we're going to be doing. We're heading off into a break. We'll see you guys back in a short few minutes, so stay tuned.
Mr. DJ.
Like this.
Hello and welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Arabia Season 2. My name is DK. With me is Professor Tarzan. An upgrade performance and upgraded fun. Celebrate your winning spirit with a brand new Oppo Reno 6 series, the designated smartphones for PUBG Mobile, Middle East and Africa esports in 2021. Now, speaking about esports, Tarzan, I mean, this whole day so far has been absolutely insane. We've seen some pretty exciting gameplays coming through. And of course, now as we're getting ready to move into our final match of the day, returning right back up in towards Erangel, it's going to be quite exciting to see what the teams are going to bring to the board. I mean, there's one team sitting up in top 10 that is yet to find a winner chicken dinner. And that, of course, being the side there of KURD 12 Esports. They're currently sitting in 7th, right amongst all the other winner chicken dinner teams there. So I'm quite excited to see what they're going to bring to the table moving into this final match. And yeah, hopefully, like SCYTES, SUDOR, Revolution, and Ra'ad will be able to pick up the momentum we've seen from them before in previous seasons, and of course, also coming through in that league play. And essentially, I would not be surprised if that is exactly what we see eventually happening in this weekend.
Real Tiger Knight as well is a team that I want to add to the list just because of the way that they play Sanhok. Sometimes Sanhok is so hard to play aggressive and proactive because you think there could be traps everywhere. But if they could play like that and they can carry over to here, to this map, Erangel, they can find a lot of success. But we haven't seen some dominating fights so far from this team. But Ramp, in particular, from that squad, from that game, was like running everyone down. Like he has no fear, and it was exceptional, to be fair, the way that they play. So now at 10th place, yet to find a chicken dinner like the other squad that you mentioned. So KURD 12 and the side of Real Tiger 9 both could use some wins. And Real Tiger 9 maybe could use what they did earlier, 10 kills from that game, coming second when it comes to kill points.
Yeah, that's some pretty impressive stuff. So we know the teams have the ability. We know they've got the capability of pulling off these miraculous plays. But of course, we look to see that actually happen and whether or not they can bring it into our final match here of the day. So it's going to be quite exciting. I mean, I'm amped to see what the teams are going to bring. Also quite excited to see what that zone's going to swing. As we know, last time it went all the way in towards that southern edge. So this time around, hoping for another challenging zone to come in because the teams really step up and perform when they are presented with these difficult zone shifts. The flight path is always so nice and comforting. It kind of gives them a bit of false hope. Says like, right, relax, everything's going to be fine. And then the zone pops and it's like, no, it's not. It's not. You got to work for this. And I mean, that makes for some really entertaining gameplay. So that's what I'm hoping to see moving back into this final Erangel match.
Yep. Many of these interesting drops coming through as well, and pacing in the phase one seems to be a topic from the past 2 games. We've got Fate Esports having a very proactive rotation on this huge 8 kilometers time 8 kilometers map on that game 3 and proceed to win that one. Can they do the same in this one? Hard to say because we didn't always get the Southern Island Circle, but would that style be able to be translated into this next game is what we need to find out. And of course, very interesting thing on that Southern Island because both teams who opted in to go there were not in the first Super Weekend. So a lot of these teams would not have the data and experience playing against teams that can come from that side of the map for 15 games straight from last Super Weekend. So it's a little bit of a swapping things up. And the only thing that really helped them is the fact that it's not a no Erangel week. It doesn't exist, by the way, guys. We have Erangel in every week, but last season we do have league plays with only Sanhok and Miramar for league play. No longer the case. So data here, data there. It depends on whether these teams got infrastructures and the capabilities to use it to their advantage.
Yeah, I gotta say, it's quite exciting, as you've pointed out, 2 teams that like to frequent that Sosnovka Island. And I mean, there could be quite a bit of power in those positions if utilized correctly. So it's going to be exciting to see, firstly, what that zone's going to bring, whether or not we'll have any need for the South once again. Of course, me, low-key, hoping for that to happen. But also, I wouldn't be too dissatisfied if the zone finished up a little bit closer to, let's say, the western edge, in and around that kind of Gatka kind of Chopsticks region. I do like Chopsticks,
Mm.
but I won't be biased with in that regard. In fact, actually, be quite satisfied with the zone going anywhere as long as it's an exciting shift and a really challenging one for the teams. Because we've seen this before. If you give the teams an easy zone, easy shifts, they don't play the way that we know they can. If you give them the little bit more challenging zone shifts, they really just step up. They just step up into that and they just flourish and bring in absolutely phenomenal gameplay. But of course, we don't have to wait too much longer as the match is about to kick off. We're going to be jumping onto the plane to see, firstly, where that flight path is coming in from, and then, of course, where that zone is going to go. So without further ado, here we are jumping straight up into the action. It's coming in from the southeastern side. Military base right up ahead of us in a very southern flight path, in fact, for this game.
Man, and you know what? Like, this is where teams, I expect teams to know where some of these teams are going. Like Novo, like right here, will they contest it? I'm not sure. Fate will be able to maybe make some great pacing once again. A Milter team can come in very, very strong. But something that we can't see, and we will need to see the adjustments coming through this time around, is a Severny drop for RICO Infinity team. They can't go there. If they want to, they need to go through multiple teams that may fight for the same vehicles on those same roads, and that could be devastating. And you know what? It's going to be quite hard to predict. After all, this southern side is going to be quite hectic when it comes to car spawns.
Yeah, it's going to be a pretty tough one indeed. But now we wait in anticipation to see where that first initial zone is going to be popping, what the teams will have to work with. And, well, we don't have to wait much longer in suspense to find out what exactly that will be. Of course, no surprise, Revolution as well as SUDOR moving into their positions in a very centralized zone popping up. Yeah, okay. It's okay. It's not great, but it's okay. It's okay. We could live with this one. But it's going to be quite exciting to see just what the teams are going to be doing, as they have so much ground now to cover if they are looking to move up into Severny, as you pointed out, also up in towards potentially that Rozhok region, Yasnaya, as well as even potentially Lipovka. So it's going to be exciting. The teams have a little bit of a challenge, a few hurdles to overcome to find themselves beautifully set up in those positions. And I'm quite excited to see what this match has in store for us.
Yeah, it's going to be quite interesting. And you know what? The side of KURD squad could use a good win. Like, they did something very nice, like in that game 3, and got themselves to close to end game. But now very close to them is a very hungry Real Tiger 9. They went nuts the earlier game. So if KURD squad can somehow hold this position down, kill some Real Tiger 9 players early on, that could be them eating the most, nutritious food right now. It's like barbarian, right? Like, you eat meat, you eat the red meat filled with blood. That is taste of blood in the mouth of Real Tiger 9. That could be the pacing on this southwestern, and with that power dynamics shifting to a squad like K12, if they can catch that side, KURD squad, yes, around Corey, could set a very good trap for a Primos team. But you can see Falcon didn't want to slow down at all, goes back to Yasnaya, so nothing new for them. But this is where it can also get interesting. We saw a pretty congested school and Rozhok area here, but this time around not so much, but I can only say so far.
Yeah, I'm liking the analogies coming through, but of course, Falcons, they just winging it, pushing all the way back up in towards that Yasnaya reach and that Yasnaya drop. But yeah, definitely going to be looking forward to seeing what the players there from KURD squad will have on the table, whether or not they're going to look to potentially set up a bit of a trap there, as we do have, as you pointed out rightly so, the players from Real Tiger 9 right there alongside them, but a little bit further up towards Everest. We can of course see the players here from iKURD Triple, just trying to make their way on through Helm End, and we're going to be jumping into a quick bit of a replay crazy. Oh, getting hit right off the bat there, as the players from Galaxy Racer are going to be looking to close them out. And I mean, we've had 2 of these car knocks coming in the early game already. The first one, of course, was over on towards Vault, which we saw that replay in one of the previous matches. But surprisingly enough, when Vault got hit with that buggy, he just bounced up above it. you know, while being on all fours. So I mean, Volt just getting a nice little jolt of energy from somewhere. Don't know where, but you know, yeah,
Tesla's
that
built
is
different.
just yeah, that's just how PUBG logic works. You know, like when you're crawling around and a car hits you, you bounce instead of heading to the lobby. So
Yep.
yeah, some interesting dynamics coming into play here. But of course, we're going to be looking to see what the teams are going to be doing. Falcons going about their business up in Yasnaya, completely uncontested for the time being. We even got some corn stalks running around here. Revolution all the way down over into Millie Base. A very comfortable play here for them as well. They are within zone, so they can just loot up at their leisure and then try and plan strategically how and when they want to rotate back up into potentially that northern island.
Well, they're ready to go already, and you can see the side of RICO and Infinity. The last time we saw them, they're rotating past ruins, heading north. So maybe they just reached Saverni when the side of Revolution is ready to go from Southern Island. But I get your point. They can kind of go slightly slower because they're in the circle. Key thing is though, if this is their drop and people know it, it takes a little bit of back and forth. It's almost like a tug of war close to that western or eastern bridge, depending on which one they go for, because teams can hunt them down. So if they have enough loot, they're just good enough, they want to go in and start scouting and start like looking for an opening, or even just come in when teams are still trying to find their ways around that southern coastline, because pre-southern plane path, a lot of teams may get stuck around there, not able to access those northern parts as easy as before. So KURD squad will not try to hunt anyone down, don't want tiger meat yet, and we'll just use that position from quarry to move into the center.
Well, I don't know about you, Tarzan, but I want to see a KURD fight. A battle of the KURDs. Be it KURD squad, KURD 12, and iKURD triple. That'd be a pretty interesting one, to see a three-way KURD fight. That could be quite nice. We don't know. We'll have to wait and see if we eventually get that. But in the meanwhile, we do have Twisted Minds positioned up onto Potato Hill, or rather just the edge of Potato Hill, just tapping away slowly. Real Tiger now comes flying up through the little forest we have over on towards this western side, making the approach back up in towards zone. Of course, the players from K12, from KURD 12, they dropped up ahead. Of course, they've obviously rotated out of the region here. So I'm curious to see if Real Tiger 9 will find any opposition in the area.
Well, it could be the case right here in K12, a Ferropier team. And to be fair, I think going to Ferropier like continuously can be very, very tricky. It's so hard to get out of it. It's like so predictable how you need to escape from that path. And like traditionally is not strong enough to get enough loot either. And you can see very easy to get trapped, and you escape the first bit, not able to do it further. Kapayatsi will grab land 1-4. The side of Real Tiger 9 seems like their wrath is not done yet. They are still aggressive, and this is just to further the momentum. But you know what, like whether it's enough to win the game, we don't know, because we know the biggest boost, guys, will be the chicken dinner prize money of $1,000 USD. And the YaLLa right here, yes, they love going to the northern side. It's like not the first time that we see them crash with iKURD triple in this early phase.
Oh, but here we go, Helm, and now right at Helm's end, will he be able to hold on? The pre-fire comes through. Yusuf steps up, puts the nails in and off Helm, and goes. That is the end for him right then and there. Of course, a very easy push coming in for the side of YaLLa. Pushing up to one isolated player is fairly smooth sailing. But of course, we look to see where this next phase is going to be going, as the first phase is about to come to an end. The blue zone, of course, closing all the way on up. The rest of the team positioned a little bit further down over in towards Watertown. And now it is that moment we've been waiting for. RICO Infinity, as you've pointed out, rotating all the way up in towards Saverni. The place they are known for to drop in. Of course, regardless of what the flight bot does, that is exactly where they shall go. But now the zone about to pop, centers up nicely. There we go. It's going to be quite exciting. And already the players there from Galaxy Racer, like the bit of scouting they've done, sending up 2 of their players in towards the school's apartment there, now allowing Hamodi and Lord to rotate up alongside them just to look and fortify that hold.
Yep. And to be fair, when it comes to around a phase like 3, 4, centering up circle, it's actually great for the edge team sometimes because it's been so saturated, people may not move, and people may know each other's position, but they try to fight. Yeah, and the teams that can come in from the side, or should I say, slowly scout in from the periphery, they can maybe overwatch certain fights and try to get kills, from the third party, fourth party, even long range. And that is very possible for this type of circle. You can see many teams already in here. So it will allow teams on the outside to see and keep finding angles. And you can see like YaLLa was on that kill feed and will not be joining this one, but KURD12 lost one already, will be able to find into this compound. Not easy to defend as a trio, but you never know, because you can see YaLLa as well. As a trio, they've been playing aggressive, and like we always say, do not underestimate the power of like these trios, like duos. We've seen those before, like Galaxy Race has got those like signature duo wins like sometimes, so never underestimate it. After all, it is the Pro League.
Yeah, indeed it is. And of course, well, we could have a potential fight to the KURDs happening here. We got KURD12 and KURD Squad side by side, keeping a very watchful eye on each other, with the players there from Real Tiger 9 squeezed in between them, but of course Unknown going to be tapping away over on towards Fate, just off in the distance. Falcons also just rotating up as well, looking to just explore the region a little bit. I mean, they were still positioned up in towards Yasnaya, just now looking to see what viable positions they could be up ahead. Riva now getting spotted out down below. J9, of course, right up in front there. The rest of his team holding back on towards the compound there behind him. So curious to see just what exactly J9 is going to try and pull off here. He's out gathering a little bit of information, but he needs to be so careful. KURD12 just positioned down below. Aimbot getting himself ready and prepped, doing a few push-ups, limbering up as one does when in those pressure situations. Curious to see whether or not KURD12 will be able to hold on to the scum, but actually a fairly decent position within the zone.
Yeah, it's fairly good. And to be fair, it's so good that KURD Squad need to think about what it means, even if they get a knock, right? Like, it's hard to, if they get a knock with the finish straight away, then it'll be KURD12 not deserving to play in the PMPL, right? It's like you are really like grieving it. Like, you're in cover and you get finished. Like, that means you're not using cover well at all. But like KURD Squad with that distance, even if J9 get an opening, the support and the crash timing may be a little bit too late. So it's about those proactive movement. With J9 spraying, his team needs to be ready to crash. As you can see, Fate is also trying to scout that similar area. It's one of the most highly contested compounds, and we will actually have it continuing to be important, if not more, because on this southeastern shift, multiple teams need to come in, and we've got Farm maybe being more popular right now because many teams can no longer stay at where they were.
Well, of course, we still have all 16 teams in this match. We can see the players there from iKURD Triple, they've been reduced down to 2. And of course, the side there of Real Tiger, they've been reduced down to 3. Aside from that, everyone else is still alive and kicking. So a lot of kicking going to come through in this next phase. As we can see, everybody now just looking to cram on in. And this is going to be a highly contested zone. Galaxy Racer, of course, holding on to the hilltop just south there of school. RICO Infinity making their way on in. Lusail also on the approach. But iKURD Triple actually just holding off on that rotation, sticking to Watertown for as long as they can. Meanwhile, the players here from SCYTES are going to be rushing in onto the team from KURD12, applying the pressure. Ghost picking up the first grenade kill for the match. But this is going to be absolutely crazy. Signs that Azur getting knocked right on down as Riva sends it on in. Aimbot cooking up the grenade. Only 2 players remain now for KURD12. Ghost trying to find an ideal position to wait for that res. But Riva, he's just cooking it up, sending it through relentlessly. And of course now Abud quickly trying to reposition. But up they come, the spray down comes through. Up goes Aimbot. Or rather, Riva getting knocked. Aimbot, now the last remaining hopeful for the side here of KURD12. Jumps out the window. Beautiful jump shot. Will he be able to close it up? Will he be able to get the clutch? It is going to be now or never. Those third-party shots coming on through aimbot, so low on health. But of course, it is aimbot up against iKURD. Phobia just positioned down below. Up comes iKURD looking to rush. Will he get the spray in? No, aimbot just on point with the spray down.
You know what, SCYTES? It's a lack of trust almost with it comes to the comms. Aimbot was healing downstairs, and those knock teammates looking at him, and it's like, he's healing, he's healing. It took 2 to 3 extra seconds for the teammates within the SCYTES team to push down, and by the time he's there, aimbot's done healing. Like, it's the matter of those 1 or 2 seconds that made that difference. And Falcons was the 4th party in here initially, and now can maybe take this away because so much of the kill feed was popping up. But let's not forget that KURD squad is still watching over this like a hawk.
Yep, and of course now speaking about Hawks, the Falcons are looking to breach in as they apply the pressure. We've got Last now cooking up the grenades. Aimbot now coming under quite a bit of pressure. That zone also getting ready to pop up once again. Meanwhile, Galaxy Racer are going to be applying some pressure over onto its players here from iKURD. Triple as Ali gets taken right on down, and off they go, getting sent away right up into the lobby. The players from YaLLa only coming in with a 3-man team, though, to start it off with. So it's going to be quite exciting to see just whether or not they'll be able to breach up on towards Potato Hill, or whether or not they're going to try and potentially rotate around to find an alternative route back up into zone. Powerful is going to be looking to push straight on in, right up into the direction of the players here from Twisted Minds. Yusuf now playing it a little bit more cautiously. But will that pay off in favor of the players from YaLLa? Twisted, of course, having a full squad just lying in wait. They saw the movements, they heard the sounds, but now will they find the angles? Yusuf breaking away slightly, rotating off. But let's see which way this one will go. SUDOR, meanwhile, are going to be pushing up on towards Ra'ad, the fight for control of the east. Here we go. The spray is coming through. Ra'ad as well as SUDOR now trying to get it done. Another knock coming up in towards Ra'ad. SUDOR quickly rushing up to get that race going through. Oh, Munir caught down below, but Al Shamri, of course, coming under pressure as well as Delhub sends it in.
Man, and that is just a lot of small misplays, a lot of aggression, a lot of sprays, but the ridge lines and the covers were not enough for so many of those players. So it's about those quick decisions, right? To deploy at least some smoke and soft cover before they really spray that down. But you can see at this level of play, you see so many sprays and damage sometimes being made through smokes as well. So that prediction coming in clutch, but Brad, to our disappointment, lost so many players in this last game. So still not great for them in this day one of their first Super Weekend. But of course, it is into the 20th game for many of these teams. Cryptics will be one of them. Yet to find the bigger games right here, and Falcons is here to fly.
Yep, the talents are out there looking to get the hit, and of course, Damar swoops in with the vehicle there. Oh, beautiful, beautiful one, and of course, you know, with that, the Cryptics get sent back into the lobby. RICO Infinity now coming under pressure right alongside the KURD squad. The spray down comes through. J9 blows up the vehicle, just evading the crash coming in from SK10. But of course, J9 on a roll, finding yet another knock. Now it is up to Hedan to try and hold on to try and find that angle. But J9 cooks up the grenade, sends it over. Will it be the one? It is so close, but he gets taken down. Oh, J9 getting knocked out in turn, not before sending out the finishing blow. Well done, well played, absolutely phenomenal stuff. But of course now 11 teams remain to still fight it out for that winner chicken dinner. YaLLa looking to hold on to that southwestern side. Galaxy Racer also going to be looking to apply some pressure. We've got the team there from Twisted Mind right up ahead. Ra'ad get eliminated. 10 teams remain. We are in our final 10 teams for this match, Tarzan.
Wow, Twisted Mind is grieving this one almost. That is a huge mistake to allow YaLLa to rotate round there. If you know Potato Hill on that south and southeastern tip, you should be able to control this plateau where YaLLa is holding. It's not even that, it's everything along that side you should be able to control. So YaLLa to right rotate in there in Twisted Mind, losing a position initially was a mistake, but they would just use this time to run 2 zones at the same time, and that will be them establishing a place to call home on that southwest edge. So it's going to be still okay. Like, YaLLa need to still face Twisted Mind after all, and Galaxy Racer is also on that edge, but it will be tricky. Multiple teams will come in to that part. It's all about timing. It's all about a bit of coincidence.
It's going to be a pretty tough one. I mean, YaLLa only coming in the 3 players now. It's going to be a tall order for them. They need to try and push through the side here of Twisted Minds. Powerful. Now just trying to see if we could potentially maybe lure someone out. We already do have Dami knocked out up ahead. Kaito now heading back up into zone. Powerful taking a little bit of damage. Galaxy Racer right there alongside them. But Bandar and Yusuf now looking to venture a little bit closer to the edge of zone. Fortunately for YaLLa, we do have the players there from KURD squad positioned up into the north, so they could be applying a few shots straight on in towards Twisted Minds. But Galaxy Racer meanwhile stepping up and doing exactly that. Powerful now, getting caught out in the open. The Spraydo comes through. Hamodi puts a very quick end right to him. But here we go, Bandar now trying to jump at the opportunity there. The players from Revolution trying to inch their way up into zone, come flying right past them, cruising into so many teams up ahead. You see the players there from Fate looking pretty golden over on towards that eastern side. But Revolution now looking to secure a position in center zone. YaLLa keeping a very watchful eye on Galaxy Racer. Bandar seeing the team there from Hamodi up ahead. Dami getting knocked right on down. The grenades getting flung in their direction. What is going on? YaLLa so on fire, so accurate with those grenades. Falcon lost up ahead. Aram trying to get the spray down in, picked up a little bit of damage. Lusail also now taking quite a bit of damage, you can see right up ahead, but it is now that pressure cooker situation. Who will be able to cope under the pressure? Aram getting targeted as his feet get spotted out. Galaxy Racer coming in with a bit of a cheeky spray there. Oh, Yusuf so low on health. Quickly ducking right in behind some hard cover. KURD squad looking to advance their own position. But 9 teams remain. Galaxy Racer and of course Real Tiger 9 going to be fighting it out over in towards the south. But what will happen in the rest of the way? Salam getting a molly, landing on his butt, and down he goes. Getting eliminated, absolutely on fire. Falcons looking to prove a bit of a point here. And last now, the last one once again for the side of Falcon Esports.
Important for this squad after all. I mean, they've got at least 8 points, 6 kills, made it to 7th place. They are on par. Not even on par, like they are just blowing up right now. That is a huge performance for them, and they get the circle on the edge as well. It will be huge for the side of KURD squad because they also are bouncing back. Like, they've got huge aggression so far, 7-8 kills and a spot in the circle with still a good amount of utilities. And you know what, this end is going to be getting pretty ugly. Fate's been playing loud, but that means multiple teams will be watching their escape path.
You say ugly, I say beautiful. Of course, 7 teams remain. Revolution taking quite a bit of damage there. KURD squad still having decent numbers, pushing up to the edge of zone. YaLLa still holding strong, just barely outside of zone. KURD squad keeping a very watchful eye on them. Meanwhile, we're going to see Fate and Falcon fight it out. Last, sending out the grenades. Isawi looking to bounce. Here we go. Falcon now getting pressured as we do see the movements come through. But with that at last gets picked right on up. Fate now coming under fire as well. KURD squad looking to find a bit of a spray down. Reef now just holding up behind the tree. The blue zone is going to start forcing his hand momentarily. Meanwhile, the rest of Fate are looking to hold on. Revolution still looking pretty strong. All 4 players up. Reef taking an insane amount of damage, but being so relentless. He's not going to go down just yet. Lath rather, holding strong. Trying to see if he can find any of those angles. Of course, now Galaxy Racer still in the mix, looking to push on up. YaLLa looking to make a bit of a play. Bandar gets picked up by Rauf. Here we go, Lath now coming in with a spray down. Rauf looking to close it up. Will he find it though? You see the players there from KURD squad right behind them. YaLLa under so much pressure. Galaxy Racer looking to still fight it out as much as they can. Only Hamodi and Rauf remain. But here we go, the plays coming through, the zone moving in. Oh, Revolution coming under fire. Fate now coming in with a spray down. Real Tiger 9 get eliminated. Up comes the hits. Ragnarok trying to bring it home. who will be able to pull it off. Only 5 teams remain. The spray is continuing in from Ragnarok, but now the favor getting returned.
Man, tricky circle to say the least. Like, so many of these cars are vital covers for these teams, and that will be Galaxy Racer out, maybe? No, Rove is still there on the edge, but he will soon run out of covers to use. That downhill means that there's no high ground advantage in this time round, and that is actually Fate holding a very, very good position. Allows to peek and shoot, can spread out, and will keep eyes on multiple teams.
Oh, KURD squad picking up their 10th kill. Fate now looking to get up into those double digits, still having a full squad. The same, of course, can be said for the players there from the KURD squad. Galaxy Racer now get eliminated. What teams remain? Here we go. Oh, the spray down's coming through. Revolution Smoker needs to be so careful. If he blows up that vehicle, he blows up alongside it, but he finds the spray down right on towards Aram. Quick knock coming into his teammate here. Now the pressure is on. Getting caught in a very difficult position. That blue zone, of course, getting ready to move up within the next 25 seconds or so. The players from Fate not going to be letting go of the pressure just yet. Isawi, Ragnarok, Reef, and Laith now going to be looking to advance their position back up into zone. KURD squad holding strong up on the north. 10 kills to their name. Fate trying to inch their way on in. Revolution now trying to chop down a few trees in the process. But here we go. Ragnarok keeping a very watchful eye. They know there's someone just up ahead. YaLLa playing that sneaky passive game, keeping their eyes open, waiting for any opportunities, looking to bounce. But it is YaLLa, it is Revolution, it is Fate, as well as KURD squad. But here we go. The grenades are getting sent in the direction of KURD squad, but fortunately for them, they do have quite a bit of a hard cover to utilize now. Just flexing on that, sending the spray down right up into Fate. Fate, meanwhile, going to try and wrap their way around the edge of that zone. YaLLa just slowly inching their way in. With that, of course, Revolution get eliminated. Fate now feeling the pressure. We still have YaLLa up ahead. Bandar and Yusuf slowly moving in. KURD squad looking pretty strong still. All 4 players on board. 12 kills already. Man, that is just insane. KURD squad looking absolutely phenomenal in this match.
The circle is on their side as well. Both YaLLa and KURD squad could have just died, like if the circle is not on here, but it's not easy to capitalize as well. So to be able to keep themselves alive, especially for this squad of trio, they've been a duo for the last, I don't know, 15 minutes. This is exceptional from this squad, and that is also an exceptional nade to come through. That's almost a blow up, but one got traded. So this might be time for YaLLa to third party from this angle.
Oh, it's going to be so tough. But of course, now the first grenade finding a bit of damage on towards J9. We do have the players there from Fate looking to creep on into zone. Bandar picks up Ragnarok in the meanwhile. Also, Laith and Reef still trying to push with Ragnarok now getting eliminated. Oh, come on. YaLLa still being in a position to try and make a bit of a play. It is a 2v2v3. Moving into this 8th phase. Of course, only a few seconds remain on the clock, and then we'll move into the 9th phase. No more zones, no more circles. It is now do or die time. The players here from KURD squad looking absolutely phenomenal up on the high ground. YaLLa just holding on to the edge. Meanwhile, Fate find themselves in a fairly difficult position. Laith now trying to find that approach, but Bandar just laser focused onto the rock. Reef now quickly trying to get that res up into Laith, but the pressure is on. The blue zone is about to start closing on in, and now it all comes down to who will have themselves beautifully set up. Fate now having quite a bit of distance to try and cover all the way back up into zone. Both YaLLa and the side of KURD squad focusing their attention right there on towards them. Who's going to be the team to pick it up? Oh, Bandar finds Reef. There we go. Laith now about to take quite a bit of pressure. J9 rotates up, but with that, of course, the final blow comes straight on in. The final 2 teams ready to fight it out. Unknown gets picked up. It is Volt and J9 up against Bandar and Yusuf. The final fight. Who will be able to get it? Oh, a very risky rotation coming in from KURD squad as they quickly try to inch their way on in. J9, the last remaining hopeful. 2 players from YaLLa still alive, looking to bring in that winner chicken dinner. Yusuf And of course, Bandar now looking to get
Oh,
super
no.
aggressive. They find the
No
angles,
way.
and with that, Bandar closes it up. YaLLa take the winner with a chicken dinner. 10 kills on board. Beautifully played, beautifully executed. What a game that was.
This organization handpicked some of the best players for their squad. So good that they came into this game as a trio and they did not even think that they couldn't win this. And they just went all the way to win it. But of course, KURD Squad was grieving that last bit. I get it. You want to be proactive. You want to use the vehicles to get info. But that one drift, that one misclick out of the zone caused so much damage, and that was it, done there. And YaLLa just took it. And you know what? It's the first game, I think, so far in this PMPL that we've seen a squad start with 3 players and still able to take the win. Not just the win, they take home $1,000 as well.
Oh man, Tarzan, that was absolutely beautiful to witness. And of course, speaking about beautiful, we are going to be jumping into our beautiful match rankings to see exactly what the teams were able to bring in this past match. KURD Squad finishing strong on 26 points. YaLLa coming in on 25. So KURD Squad surpassing them there with 4 kills. And of course, just ending up 1 point ahead of them. Fate finishing strong in 3rd place, 9 kills on board, 19 total points. And Galaxy Racer still right there up in the top, 4th place, 7 kills, 13 grand total points. Falcon Esports finishing strong as well with 6 kills on board, finding them on a total of 8 points. So a really, really interesting play coming through in this final match. What a way to close it out. And of course, you know, very impressive PUBG action.
I think one of the most exciting things to see is the switch of momentum. Like from a squad like Falcons Esports to take 60 points today so far, and that is a huge 12 point per game average coming from them. They've been sleeping for so long. And for Revolution as well. Yes, they missed the first Super Weekend, but the league play built them up to come in with no problem at all. And they came in and continued to play good PUBG. So that is what we want to see. But on the other hand, we can see Twisted Minds is kind of losing the form that they are known for in that week 1. I love the way they play, but sometimes right now, right at this stage, they look like they are a little bit lost, to say the least.
Well, it is what it inevitably is. And of course, you know, we got to point out, though, the players there from Revolution looking to play some pretty strong games. And now as we move on through, we can see our round MVP coming in there. Bandar, Aram, and J9. Pretty impressive stuff coming in from the players there of KURD Squad, finishing pretty strong. But I got to give it to YaLLa. Bandar stepping up with 6 kills and 1,066 damage being done. Aram, 2 kills short, but man, just impressing us with the damage. 1,207 damage. Insane stuff. And of course, J9 finishing on 791 damage as well. Some pretty impressive stuff there. But I gotta say, man, this is how you end the final match of a super weekend day.
Yeah, it's just a little bit insane. Like, to be fair, they are waking up, and you know what? KURD Squad has been, doing better and better. We talked about a little bit of a Cinderella story as well. Like, to be fair, from the squad, we were talking about almost PMCO. Their way in was pretty brilliant, right? So I need to pull up some stats. I'm not sure whether I can still find it in this exact moment, but you know what? I think I can. So this is what I was told, right, by some Arabian casters as well. So for the side of KURD Squad, let me see. You know what? I've lost it. I've completely lost it. But hey, you know what? The results do show they are playing better and better, and they were not. If we have to handpick me one handful of teams, they were not those that we picked. But this game is definitely a statement.
Yep, definitely quite a bit of a statement. And so let's now jump into the overall to see where the teams are at the end of the day. Of course, Galaxy Racer still holding strong to their spot there, 288 points. But Fate actually making quite a bit of a jump, coming in on a grand total of 216 points. Man, they are coming for that spot in which Galaxy Racer find themselves. We've got to say also, though, RICO Infinity still holding on to that third place, 185 points. Only 2 points gathered in this last match. A good performance, though, coming in from KURD squad, moving up all the way from 7th into 4th, finding themselves on 173. YaLLa also making quite a considerable jump all the way from 9th up into 5th place. Then, of course, we see the players there from Lusail now sitting in 6th place. They were formerly in 4th. iKURD getting moved down from 5th to 7th. And, of course, KURD 12 getting moved from 6th place down to 8th. Of course, looking over onto the next page, Cryptics then now in 9th place. Real Tiger still holding strong to that 10th place. Twisted Mind still in 11th, as well as the players then from NASA we're not seeing playing today, still managing to be in 12th. Of course, Falcons holding on to 13th, Triple Vibes, as well as the players there from Arabia and Road to Glory. Nothing changing really. Well, obviously, because they're not playing today. So far, their efforts they've put in the first Super Weekend still proving to be enough. Well, only after the first day, but that could obviously change up quite a bit as we still have a few more matches to go through. And finally, as we approach our final page of the standings, we look to see what our 4 teams joining us in the Super Weekend have been able to do. That, of course, is the side of SCYTES, SUDOR, Revolution, and RAAD. SCYTES leading the pack there with only 4-point lead on SUDOR. Of course, SUDOR sitting on a grand total of 29. Revolution hard on their heels on 26 points. And RAAD coming in with 9 points. Yeah, hopefully RAAD kind of puts themselves back together as they return again for tomorrow's games. And hopefully we'll see that improvement come to fruition.
Yep, and I mean, it's very, very good practice, like, to be fair. Like, when it comes to having 15 games with the same 15 other teams, that should allow the preparation. But like when we started the show, we talked about the amount of time these teams are allowed to prepare. So there's a lot of work, like, for these teams, like, right today, because certain teams actually got some game plans down to hunt down certain teams, and it made sense. So the adaptation needs to come through now. I believe some of these teams have started their preparation right at this moment. There could be, like, no time for rest, and we are back tomorrow for the day 2 of Super Weekend 2. Man, it's been a great day. We've seen some great plays, and we've got some huge bounce back from some of these teams, and I think it's just starting to get even more exciting, DK.
Yeah, definitely quite a great improvement coming in. And I mean, I'm so excited to see what tomorrow will have in store for us. Hopefully, potentially, that could be the day in which we see KURD 12 finding their first chicken in Super Weekend. Of course, it's going to be quite exciting stuff. Real Tiger also not just yet finding that winner chicken dinner. So, well, they still have 10 more games rather to play through. So quite a bit of potential for those chickens to come on in. And, well, yeah, we're going to have a look at the rest of the teams, what they'll bring into the games tomorrow. But, of course, without much further ado, we are going to be saying goodnight for now. Thank you so much for the teams for pitching up and playing some beautiful, beautiful PUBG. Of course, thank you to all the viewers. You guys are absolutely insane. Of course, thank you to Tarzan as well as the production team. Thank you so much, guys. Absolutely fantastic stuff. And we look forward to seeing all of you back again tomorrow as we continue with our second day of the second Super Weekend. Stay safe and have a fantastic evening.
Come on, Mr. DJ.
Like this.
New Royale Pass version. Royale Pass month now available. So what's changed with RPM? Let's go through it together. First, the duration has been adjusted. Royale Pass month seasons have been reduced from 2 months to 1 month, meaning that you'll see new and different RP content every month. It also means you'll no longer have to wait 2 months if you don't like the current RPM rewards. Perhaps next month's RP rewards will better suit your taste. Also, the level cap has been cut in half from 100 to 50 to coincide with the shortened Royal Pass month seasons, meaning that shorter RPM seasons will not impact leveling or collecting rewards. You should pay attention to the RP missions. There will be some bonus RP point events that will allow you to accumulate more RPM points and level up quicker in the next season. Second, rewards have been adjusted. The new Royal Pass month will have better rewards than before. In the past, Elite Pass holders could only choose one of 2 legendary outfits when they reached max level. In the new version, Elite Pass holders receive both outfits when they reach max level. What's more, we've also adjusted the number of outfits available and added weapon finishes, vehicle finishes, airplane finishes, parachutes, emotes, and other commercialized items in the new version. These adjustments will definitely add value to your Royal Pass month. Free Pass holders also get a rewards boost. Now, Free Pass holders will get rewards for every level up, including outfits and weapon finishes. Free Pass holders will also have a chance to receive RP vouchers worth 60 UC to use when purchasing their next Elite Pass. In the past, players receive rewards worth 30,000 UC when reaching max level in the Royale Pass over 2 months. With the update to Royale Pass month, players will now receive rewards worth 40,000 UC when reaching max level over 2 months. That's a 33% increase in value. Finally, the price has been adjusted. We adjusted the pricing of Royal Pass month, along with other changes. Elite Pass has been reduced from 600 UC to 360 UC, and Elite Pass Plus has been reduced from 1800 UC to 960 UC. You may be wondering why the new price isn't 300 UC. Let us show you step by step how to participate in Royal Pass month forever with just 300 UC, while earning UC in the process. First, you'll need to get RP vouchers. Free Pass holders receive a 60 UC RP voucher at level 30. The voucher can be used to deduct 60 UC for the next RPM. If you reinvest the 360 UC received into the next season, you'll have a free Elite Pass Plus 60 UC every month. Now that's a stable income. You can also follow and join our RP pre-order events to get even more discounts and earn more rewards. Overall, the new Royal Pass month is more flexible and affordable, while providing more than before and offering more rewards. Have we piqued your interest? What are you waiting for? Get started now with the Royal Pass month.